Hi, Brent. Hi, Heath. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Good, good. Are you feeling better, Heath? You may not. There you
Still kind of managing things on the back end.
are. Okay. Well, we still have a couple minutes, so let us know if we need a hold or anything along those lines, Deb. As we'll get started. And Heath, can you hear us by chance? Okay, just
I
wanted
think
to
we're
check.
doing okay. We're just some people are struggling getting in. Hold, so it's just a minute.
Okay. And hi there, Chuck. There's Brent. Yeah, my Zoom tried to update right when I tried to log in, so that was really fun. Hopefully that's not happening for everybody here. It's always when it does it, right? Right when it shouldn't.
All right, we're just getting the last few work group members or advisory group members to join. So I'm adding them right now.
Perfect. Hi there, Race. Hi, Scott. And Stacy, I think, just joined. Yeah.
Yep, we're getting them all in now, it looks like.
Hi there, Matt.
Okay, do we have everybody yet? Not yet. Almost there.
It's all that Zoom traffic, guys. All that Zoom traffic.
Is everybody showing up, Kimberly? I mean, is everybody coming today?
So from my understanding, yes. So I think we're missing a couple folks still. I know a couple folks need to leave a little bit early.
No, we're missing two, it looks like.
Yeah.
We're missing
Scott and Ian.
Van Dyken.
Yeah.
Who else are we missing? Oh, wait, they might be joining. Hold on. Yeah, there's Ian. I got him.
Just bear with us, folks, for just a couple more minutes.
So it looks like we're just missing Scott, maybe? Van Dyken?
Mm-hmm. I don't see Ian. Oh, there he is. Okay, he's popping on. Hi there, Ian.
How's it going?
Good, good. Just give us one more second. We're going to make sure that everybody's in here. And then I know, just so everybody knows, Aaron might be having a little bit of technical issues. Hopefully he will be able to hear us shortly or talk to us shortly. I'm not sure. But he's here. Okay.
We are streaming live, so we're good to go there.
Just a minute or two more, folks, I think, and then we'll get it all taken care of.
Can you guys see my video? It's showing black on mine, but
yeah, it was doing that earlier, and I didn't know if you slid something across because I mentioned it earlier and then you popped back onto camera, so I'm not sure.
yeah, no, I fixed that, but it's still showing black, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
You were present for a moment and then you disappeared.
Weird, yeah.
And that I think that happened to Ian last meeting too, so I'm not sure if it's something, I'm not quite sure.
No, I was just didn't get a chance to eat my lunch all the way. So
Oh, no. That's not, oh, no, I did not mean we need to watch you eat or anything along those lines. I mean, last meeting, your camera turned black too, but it was still
yeah, I
on.
had connection issues with that one.
Ah, that might be it then. Stephanie might be having.
Okay, I
I
don't
did-
see him.
Our internet is so bad over here in Lewistown.
That's
I ended up
probably-
popping off last time and jumped back on, and it fixed it.
I don't see Scott, so if you want to go ahead and start, Kimberly, it's your call.
I can hear you guys now, so I am back.
Perfect. Welcome back, Aaron.
Gotta love new technology. We're just setting this place up. Sorry about that.
No worries. No worries. We all have been there, all have experienced that fun stuff. Like I mentioned, I was going to have an update on my Zoom right as I was joining. So let me just jump right in so that we can get started. I'll share my screen so that we can just look at the agenda really fast and run through it, and we can get started pretty quickly. So today what we're really going to do is we're going to jump in with some opening housekeeping items really quickly, just to recap on the notes, things along those lines. Then we had 3 folks work really hard about communication updates, so we'll touch base on that too. Race was kind enough to volunteer to do an intro for today, or intro questions, so we'll do that. And then we'll have a quick recap. Switch of process after we do all of our housekeeping and upkeep up front is we'll do a bit of public comment, and then we'll dive in and we'll start talking a little bit more about those values that we talked about last time and what we're trying to achieve overall. So hopefully we'll be able to get that all covered towards the end. Are there any questions, comments, concerns about the agenda? Welcome back, Stephanie, and good to see you, Scott. Anything?
Everybody's here, it looks like.
Perfect. Perfect timing. You came right for the agenda. I'll do my quick run through too here of just, while I get you guys seasick, I apologize. The basics: stay on camera unless, of course, mute and unmute gracefully, be mindful of time, raise your hand, minimize distractions. Most importantly, do not use the YouTube and the Zoom at the same time, because that will slow things down and be slightly confusing, so please don't do that. And of course, be ready to participate overall. So I'll stop sharing so that we can get into our updates for the day. So first thing is just with the notes, what we're going to start doing is having those live notes. So comments and feedback for those, please do let me know. I'm not going to ask for approval of those or anything along those lines, but if you do have questions or comments on the notes, please do provide those. Those are going to be sort of living documents from now and moving forward as we start to adapt to transition into developing recommendations too. On that note, last time we did approve. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns on the notes first before I start? I should pause. I'm going to go with Scott, and he shook their head, so we're going with it. Last time we did approve the decision charter. Everybody gave thumbs up for it. I'm going to just pause because we do need to have one more member voice their thoughts on that. So I will turn it over to Heath if you will give us a thumbs up, thumbs down, or somewhere in the middle for thumbs up. Perfect. Check that. So decision charter officially taken care of and moving forward on that. The last update that I have on my end is really that having that conversation or discussion about possibly having an in-person meeting. I did reach out to the individual that was slightly concerned, and I have not heard back. So at this point, I think we're going to go with virtual, and we'll tweak and adjust as needed. Maybe at the end we can have a big party or something along those lines. We will see what we can do there. Anything else that we need updates on at this point? Okay. I will pause to acknowledge that the director is on. So just a quick shout out and hello to Hank. So if just so we all say hi. There he is. Hi, good to see you.
Thank you. I just wanted to observe for a little while, see how things were going. So I'll be here if you have any questions. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Hank. So without further ado, let's move into the communication updates in particular. So we last time had some conversation and discussion about what would be the most effective way to make sure that we all are informed of the communication with external folks. So Druska, Aaron, and Ian were kind enough to put their heads together to develop a strategy moving forward. From my understanding, Ian has some thoughts that he's going to share with us. So hopefully, Ian, you can share your thoughts on moving forward. We can have a brief discussion, and then we'll jump into that opening question for the day. So, Ian?
Okay. Yeah, so I guess a little bit of correspondence going back and forth on, how to handle both information that's shared by FWP and correspondence from the public. Kind of the tough thing is that there's not a great, I guess, file sharing site or that FWP has that, everybody would have access to. So our company has a SharePoint or share file site. It's very similar to just like a Dropbox. But we're able to partition out a folder on that and kind of went back and forth with Aaron and Druska and Kimberly, and I was able to just set up 2 folders on that. One would be information from FWP that we would receive. So any of the, elk count data or other stuff direct from FWP, we could just drop that into that folder. And then if anybody gets a specific email from, somebody from the public that they want to turn into a PDF and then drop that into a correspondence folder, we can just have kind of 2 main folders. One info from FWP, the other would be, correspondence. And kind of our thought would be that you could split up the correspondence so we could keep track of it, just timestamp it from, from meeting 1 to meeting whatever, that this next one would be a folder from meeting 4 to meeting 5. If anybody, if we get any correspondence between our next meetings, at the beginning of the meeting, we could just acknowledge that, hey, we saw, we received X number of emails and they're in the folder. It's just the information would be there, not necessarily a requirement that the group has to do anything with, but it's just made available for anybody to, read it, let it influence their own decision making process, and just be made available to everybody. So if that's something that the group thinks would be decent, I can send out an email to give everybody individual access. You just have to set up an account, and I think sharing that with the other folks, they can chime in, but I think it's pretty simple, straightforward process. You just create a quick account, and then it gives you access just to those folders. The only people that would have access to it are the ones in this group. So I guess turn that back over to Kimberly or the group to see if that's something that you guys would be interested in going forward with.
So quick recap, we'd have a shared site. There'd be 2 folders, one for information from FWP and another that would be meeting based, where you could upload your different correspondence that you think are important to share with the group from external folks. Is that right, Ian? Did that summarize it?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Seemed like a good process. Is that what we want to do?
And then I think Deb, like any information from Deb, because FWP can't access outside sites, that it would just all go to Kimberly, and Kimberly would upload that for the group. So it would just, be sitting there, available for any of us to jump on and view when we want.
Druska gave a thumbs up and Heath nodded. So any questions from the group on that, or?
Thanks for setting it up, Ian. I think it'll work great. Everything seemed to flow through just right. So thank you.
No problem.
Druska?
Oh, just to be clear, I get no credit for any of this because it was way above my ability. And thank you very much, Ian, for taking it on and creating the files.
Yep, no problem.
It was a team effort. She did provide feedback along the way, so I think it was a team effort. I'll throw that out there. Okay, so we'll move forward with that. We'll test it, see if it works, go forward, and then if there are any tweaks, changes along the way, we can adapt as necessary. Before we move forward, I do want to circle back and say, Deb, do you have any additional updates that you want to provide as well?
No, just that one, the calf cow bull cow ratio information, like I said, Lindsay has to check the numbers with the bios, and they've been out in the field a lot. So she said she'd get me those May 16th. And I think that was it. And yeah, thanks Ian for doing that. You know, like he said, the state employees can't access cloud or drop boxes. So I'm glad that's really helpful to you guys, and I'll make sure I get Kimberly the stuff that she could put in there. And I think that's it. I haven't gotten many email or any more emails from the public. So as soon as I do, I will send those on to you.
Okay. Sounds good. Any questions before we jump in? Any additional updates, questions, comments before we hop in? Trying to move this part fast. Okay. I'm going to turn it over to Race then. Where are you on my screen? There you are. Okay, perfect. He's going to do the opening question for us today. So let's see how everybody has a response. It'll be nice and engaging, and we'll either find a new volunteer for next week or adapt the process. So Race, turning it over to you for our question for the day.
Okay. Well, I don't know if this is exactly what everybody wanted me to ask or where we are, but I guess the thought I've had is maybe, obviously when we do our meetings with our company and go through things, we often have to finally just kind of state some brutal facts, maybe the good news. And I guess my question is to everybody is, how are we doing? Are we on schedule for where we should be? I think it's a good time for us. We're nearing the midpoint of this to share if anybody has any thoughts and concerns or pats on the back or attaboys. So this is kind of what I want to hear. So maybe the brutal facts, I guess, or good news.
Do you want to kick it off, Race?
I think the good news is, I'll start off with some good news. I think we're all familiar with each other. I think we all we've got a little bit of taste of maybe each other's backgrounds at this point. I personally felt like our last meeting I think everybody was really starting to feel comfortable with each other and starting to maybe get to where it's real easy to just, be totally honest and feel like everybody's doing the same. So I think that's good news. I still feel personally that haven't really got to work yet. I still think like we're going through we're still just kind of treading water and making introductions and getting going. So I'm a little impatient. And so that's where I'm going to leave it and see where everybody's thoughts are.
Somebody want to take it next, or do you want to pass it to somebody? Oh, Chuck.
Yeah, appreciate the the question, Race. That's I think it's been on several of our minds. We're busy people. We're volunteering our time. And the first two meetings I'm just going to be candid here, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I'm just going to say what I feel. I thought the first two meetings were really frustrating for me. I'm not a sticky note poster kind of a guy. I would like to just stick some subjects on the table and jump into them. And we started to a little bit last week. And I feel better about that, and I hope we continue. You know, I'm troubled with this meeting objectives. Develop a deeper understanding of the public perception of the values surrounding the value and vision. What does that mean? You know, I don't, you know, I'm just, you know, that kind of stuff just doesn't, it's probably just me, but I don't connect with that kind of language at all. So that might be just a different way of thinking and a different way of doing things. But, you know, I'm not upset. I'm glad, I'm honored to be part of this group. And it just isn't quite what I thought it would be. So I'm ready to move dive into some of this stuff. We keep getting emails, we keep getting phone calls, and I think the public is ready for us to dive into it as well. So, Race, appreciate you bringing the topic up, and it's not all bad news. We're gonna get some things done, but I'd like to go a little bit faster.
Thank you, Chuck. Do you want to pass it to someone, or does somebody want to jump in next? Heath.
Well, I don't know.
Heath has his hand up, so we might go.
Okay.
We might jump with
All
him.
right, go.
Yeah, I think I think Race and Chuck kind of hit it on the head. It's been a little slow going. Obviously I didn't make the last meeting, but I'm hopeful that, starts to progress and move a little bit quicker. And then, yeah, once in a while, I feel like I need a PhD to figure out what we're really asking here. But yeah, I think hopefully it's speeding up and we're starting to make some progress.
Any volunteers for next? Druska, and then Ian.
So I agree in part with everything that's been said. The last meeting, I thought when we got to finally talking about values, and that made more sense finally, and I felt we had a direction. But I get what everybody's saying. We do need to double down and start producing something, and I think that'll make everybody feel better.
Thanks, Druska. Ian?
Yeah, I guess I start off with the good. It's, haven't, I guess with the correspondence that we've had so far, getting that feeling that we have a wide range of backgrounds on the panel. And I guess I'm just excited to, everybody on here, I feel like is an expert in some portion of the conversation. And I guess I just echo that I'm a little bit anxious to really, hear that, area of expertise from everybody. Just turn over the mic to people and let them, really get off their chest or get out there what they see as, constructive changes or whatever. So yeah, just going to be excited to kind of dive into things to the next level. Hopefully, we can pick up the pace and get that done.
Thanks, Ian. Stephanie?
I'm gonna kind of just copy what everyone else is saying. I feel like we're kind of getting hung up in the process and discussing the process. I think all of us are ready to actually have those hard conversations with each other and start bouncing ideas and recommendations back and forth, doing a little bit more brainstorming and less process, less words, less get into the meat of it. I think we're getting too hung up, and for the halfway point, I have some concerns that we're not getting to the heart of the matter. I think all of us on this panel are aware of the main issues. And I think we're kind of getting caught up just talking about what those issues are and rehashing them out. It's time to start making some recommendations around those issues. But it's moving along.
Thank you, Stephanie. Aaron?
Yeah, I totally agree with everyone. I as well am getting anxious. July 31st is going to be here before we know it. It's not really that far away, especially with bi-weekly meetings. So I think, as everyone else has said, once we get into the meat and potatoes, hopefully soon of this deal, I think we're really going to start to see those ideas poke through, and it'll be really interesting on what everyone thinks. So I'm looking forward to it. But again, kudos to everyone for donating their time. It's hopefully we come to some conclusions here. So
Thanks, Aaron. Matt?
Yeah, I guess I'd just reiterate what everybody else has said. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but kind of make the most out of our time. And, I don't know about the idea of I'm not too thrilled about the idea of adding more homework in between 4-hour meetings either. So, I think we make use of the 4 hours that we're here and just move forward. But
Thanks, Matt. Scott?
Yeah, I don't have anything new to add to the conversation that hasn't already been said. I think for me, the good is I'm really impressed with the chemistry that we've all had in all the meetings that we've done so far. You never know when you get a group of strangers together, and I've been really, really pleased with that part. As far as the bad, I agree. Somebody just said, get into the meat of the issues, and I think that's it for me. I think we've kind of been on a liquid diet, and I'm ready for a steak.
Thanks, Scott. Stacy?
Yeah, same as everybody else. I think we had a really good small group discussion that was nowhere close to a half an hour. It was maybe an hour and a half. But I'm excited to see what comes out of those smaller groups today.
Thanks, Stacy. Brent?
Yeah, I really appreciate this group as well. Our small group also met for an hour and a half, and we spent 5 minutes on our topic. And I have to tell Heath that I was an excellent exam taker, and I've got an advanced degree, and it has done me no favors in understanding exactly what we were being asked of during this administrative formula process. So don't feel bad, and don't get a PhD. It wouldn't help you here. I want some of that steak too. Let's generate some ideas and recommendations and flesh those out. I was surprised we wouldn't have more freedom to progress as the group decided. I guess that was a shocker to me. So that's all.
Okay. Thanks, Brent. Scott?
I won't waste any more time. Everybody's beat this horse to death, so I agree with everything that was said.
Okay. Perfect. Did everybody go? I think I have everybody went. Is that correct? Anybody not go? Okay. Thank you for the opening question race. I think that was a great midway checkpoint to see where we are. Seems we are anxious to move forward and create recommendations overall, and we have great group chemistry. My question now is, do we want to do another opening question next week? Do we have a volunteer to do so? Druska, volunteering? You're on mute, but I'm going to say you're volunteering. You're still on mute.
Sorry. I hate it when I do that. Sorry.
No worries.
So I'm not volunteering for the question. I'm asking the group, do we want to do the question? If
question.
Everybody feels that's sort of a warm-up, great. Or should we just skip that part and start?
Matt's nodding. I'm not sure what to. Either we.
I'd be up for.
What?
Oh, I'd be up for.
And then Aaron.
I'd be up for skipping the question and continuing forward if that's how everybody else feels.
Aaron?
I would feel the same way. We've already, I mean, I do like it, but given the time constraint, you know, we've already gone a half hour here. So I would be okay with skipping.
Everybody okay with removing the question then? Okay, so we'll do that. Okay. So let's just jump in for a quick overview, and then we'll dive into what we're doing today in particular. So let me give you just this real quick. So some folks asked for a flow chart. I put this, or a process, how we're going. So I put this on every slide. I just want to make sure, or every meeting, I just want to make sure that we know where we are. We're up here in between the mapping, the process, and articulating the values. Today, we're going to discuss a little bit of where we are, just our checkpoint. We're going to listen to the public perceptions, and then we're going to articulate our vision and values, and we'll clarify what that means in particular. So just to give you a recap, we looked at our statement here, we came up with these key items, and one of them was we need to talk more about the issues. So we needed to figure out what the issues were in particular. We came up with over 40 different issues, right? And then we started sorting them out. We really wanted to sort out these issues so that we're not treating the symptom of the problem, but the actual problem itself. So we want to go to the heart of what we're trying to solve. So that's why we sorted through these process based like that. Then we looked at what we're trying to achieve overall. These green ones are kind of our big goals, what we're trying to get to, where we're trying to go. And these yellowy ones are strategies. The addressing the quality access to harvest and probably the improved data strategies is probably a strategy overall. Those are things that we do to get where we want to go, right? And so the reason that we unpack and try to figure out where we're going and what that looks like, so we had that big, robust discussion the other day about what strategically redistributing the elk and redistributing the hunters is we want to focus in on the main problem at hand, right? We don't want to just focus in on the strategies to get there. All too often we focus in on just a strategy and we forget to look at what the problem is we're trying to solve. So that's why we kind of unpacked it in this longer process. We normally dive into a problem and we start saying, okay, here is our recommendation, and we start throwing out recommendations. And what it ends up doing is if we don't articulate our goal, our vision, our values, what we're trying to achieve overall, what ends up happening is that we forget pieces, or we look and we solve just for one. So access. But then we forget to think about the stakeholder component or the landowner's component. And so when we look at all of the different things we're trying to achieve and we unpack what we're trying to achieve with that vision or values, however you want to frame it, we're able to create those robust solutions. Now, I have a lot of different terms that I use. Typically, I'll call what we're trying to achieve up here, these goals, fundamental objectives. That's part of SDM. So really what I'm thinking these are is we're really trying to do something of minimize the harm caused to the landowner. So that acknowledging and mitigating disease is probably something along those lines. Maximize the hunter's opportunity for success. So when Scott said these are all kind of related last time, he's like the quality, the access, all of the habitat, that's all related. We're probably trying to do something along those lines here. And then something over here about stakeholders and stakeholder relationships. So we're really trying to define what we're doing and then build a recommendation for it. The way that I look at this process overall is, if I was going to give you an example in real life of what would happen, is it's you're a homeowner and you would say something along the lines of, well, I need to do home repairs. So you go to the store, you buy a 2x4 and some screws, and you come back and you say, what can I fix with this? That's when you build a recommendation for a problem. Now, if you have a plumbing issue in the bathroom, it will probably be a creative solution for how you get there of fixing that plumbing problem with a 2x4 and some screws. But you probably could do it more efficiently. So you define your problem first. You say, what are we trying to achieve here? What are all the pieces that we're trying to get at? And then you build your solution moving forward. So it takes a bit of time to do that. And I think that we're on a good path to do it. And that's kind of what we did last time with identifying all of these different key factors. So describing what you're trying to achieve tells you what that success will look like, tells you what will be included in that recommendation. And we can evaluate with these key factors what's preventing us from getting there and what helps us to get there. And then we can move forward developing a strategy, minimizing what prevents us from getting there and increasing what could get us there. So that's kind of where we are. Typically the vision, the values, I will typically call those objectives, but that confuses people because people think immediately like SMART objectives. So the vision or values is what you're trying to achieve overall. Are there any questions on that? Comments, confusion, clear as mud. Okay, so we're gonna jump into public comment then, and we'll open up the conversation with the public for about 30 minutes so that we can have that discussion. Oh, Scott, yes. Sorry.
No, I don't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to throw out really quick. I wondered if there's a way with some of the public comment, if people from the public wanted to, that they could give us a way to get a hold of them. I know I had some follow-up questions I wanted to ask of some of the people we heard from last week, and we don't have any contact for information for the people that share that I'm aware of.
I will turn that question to Deb.
Yeah, I get the their emails when they sign up. So as long as they're comfortable with that, I can give that to you. So Scott, if you have a follow-up question for somebody, I would like you to ask them on this in this format, so then I can have permission to send it to you.
You bet.
Okay. Anything else before we jump into public comment?
Okay, so Jasmine will be running this, and Jasmine, looks like we only have 5 people that signed up. So why don't we give them up to 4 minutes apiece for their comment, and then just let them know their 4 minutes are up, please. Jasmine. I can't hear you, Jasmine.
I'm not sure where the microphone is on my
Okay,
computer.
we got you now. We got you now.
Okay. So the first gentleman for public comment we have is Michael Chandler. So the Michael Chandler. It looks like you have your hand raised. Do you want to go ahead and unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
You sure can.
Okay. First, I'd like to say I do have a little experience with elk hunting starting in 1963, and for the next 47 years, I killed 47 elk on public land with no special permits or stuff like that. I was Smoke Elser's first packer in the fall of 1964. And then I ran my own hunting camps for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s. Starting in 2009, I saw my first wolf pack tracks in one of my favorite hunting areas. And of course, I am sure you all know where this is headed. By 2011, there were very few elk left in that whole hunting area, which is part of 204 and 210 east of Rock Creek, southeast of Missoula. For 50 years, that was consistently good elk hunting. Now you can hunt on 10-day-old snow, which I've done 2 or 3 times in the last several years, and not find an elk track. There was a good sheep herd in Ranch Creek that survived the pneumonia. A wolf pack moved in the year after that, and there hasn't even been a sheep track in that area after I had observed a nice bunch of 7 rams that fall before the wolves moved in. I am here to say, and it comes from experience on the land for many, many years, the public land, basically Forest Service hunting of elk in western Montana, in all the areas I know, is down about 90%. And there is no way that you can redistribute the elk or the hunters if there's nothing, if the elk won't go there. They seem to like the perceived or whatever protection of a bigger herd on private land. And I'm just not sure how this group will be able to address this problem. I see the whole Elk Foundation thing, all the work, the billions of dollars have been poured into game management that created the North American wildlife management system that's been so successful, has been, in the case of elk in western Montana, has been turned totally upside down by wolves. What do we do about that? I don't. Improving habitat, I know areas that are great winter range habitat, practically no weeds, used to receive 30 to 50% grazing during the winter months, and now you can't even find an old elk dropping. So my question, how can the group address that wolf problem? And it is a destructive problem. Thank you.
So the next gentleman that we have on our list here is Mark Cook.
Hey, everybody. I would like to just take a minute of your time. I'm very grateful for each one of you, even though I don't agree with some of your positions. Ian, I'd like to thank you for reaching out to me and start building some dialogue here. I don't want to get into a tit for tat situation, but we currently have 135,000 to 140,000 elk in Montana. Carnivores aren't the problem. The problem is access. We all know that. So as you folks move down the road making decisions, please don't hang your hat on carnivores, because carnivores, especially wolves, aren't the problem. You know, we're having shoulder seasons, we're having extended seasons. We've opened up every gauntlet short of poisoning to kill wolves, but yet wolves are still the problem. The problem isn't the carnivores. The problem is access to land. Please keep that in mind. And as you make decisions going down the road, please keep carnivores. Give them a fair shake. Don't blame everything on carnivores. Depredation is pretty much static. Sadly, the people that do lose animals, cattle, to carnivores, we do what we can to reimburse these individuals. So I commend you all on being committed to doing the right thing. And if anybody would like to reach out to me, I'd be glad to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. The next folks we have here is Kay Counts. Kay Counts.
She's not on.
Okay, then the next commenter we have is Coulter Heckman.
He is not on either.
The next person we have on our list here is Nate Thompson.
He's on the phone.
If you want to dial *9. And then you need to unmute yourself. I think it's *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure
Yes.
can.
All right. So my name is Nate Thompson. I'm out of Ramsey, Montana. I'm here representing myself. I am on the sounding board, so I'm comfortable with my contact info being shared with this committee. To further add to this committee's challenges in elk population management in Montana in general, is the recent lawsuit against Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, trying to get certain owners all the bull tags they want in response to over-objective populations. If you lower the bull population on these inaccessible private lands, but don't push the cows off, the following year, or even that same year if the rut is still going on when the bull is taken, the satellite bulls on the bordering public land will go and find the cows. I watch it on my place and the bordering cattle ranches every year. The cows show up early August and the bulls follow shortly. By the end of September, few bulls are left with the cows, with the remainder having been pushed out. The archery pressure isn't sufficient to push cow populations out. Similarly, when a bull is exclusively removed, the cows don't leave. Even during rifle season, cows run maybe about 500 yards after a single rifle shot, sometimes farther, sometimes shorter. They're not going to leave the private lands from a single hunter. There isn't sufficient pressure to move the cows out. The bull is simply replaced by one of the satellite bulls on bordering public land, which creates a continuous pipeline vacuum effect. I hope in the reference lawsuit that fact is presented for the judge and they understand that impact. Lowering bull populations has minimal impact on overall population, but is rather another step towards privatization attempts of elk in our state. Really, a constitutional initiative to come out of this process, and the voters of our state get the opportunity to weigh in. Similar to when Ross Perot described NAFTA with a giant sucking sound for jobs and was mocked and ridiculed for saying that, but he was correct, exclusive and increased bull taking on inaccessible private land will be a giant sucking sound of the remaining public land bulls heading for private lands. This vacuum effect already exists, but is currently tempered by current bull tag allocations. It can be further tempered by lowering, not increasing, but lowering bull tag allocations used on private lands while increasing cow-only permits for these private lands. And that is where relationships between private landowners and public land hunters can start to be repaired. The fact that people are only after the bull tag shows there's no actual interest in reducing and managing populations to objectives. So based on the lawsuit I mentioned previously, I don't think the relationship in the generalized sense can be improved if the end goal is to further isolate bulls for a select few. There will continue to be some great landowners who are great neighbors, and I hope we can find ways to further thank them for that. If you leave a cow population without sufficient pressure on inaccessible private land, the cows will always attract the bigger satellite bulls and the bulls just become inaccessible themselves. Allowing more exclusive taking of bulls will only cause less public land success rates and will not get a population toward the desired objective. It will also lower general public support for hunting in general. However, if you increase cow pressure while simultaneously lowering exclusive bull taking, the cows will take the bulls back to public lands and the population objectives have a chance of actually being reached. Last thing for today that seems immediately actionable is for this committee to work with the Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service to reclose roads that had already previously been closed. I know people shoot and pull out signs, so I am volunteering my time to go out and replace those signs. So please reach out and I will drive around at my own expense replacing signs as needed. I see the director is on the phone today. If he's willing to take a drive, I can show him where people are driving and the visible impact that has on elk movement. Where I shot my first elk, people are driving right through the old mining road that we drug her out on.
Time's up, sir.
People are driving everywhere.
Thank you for your comments there. And we have one more person left to comment. It looks like a Marcus Strange. Is Strange, can you raise your hand? Perfect, you go ahead and unmute yourself. It's *6 if you're on a phone.
I guess he's not listening, maybe. Maybe he walked away from the computer. I would ask, I guess, do we have any questions? I know Ian had his hand raised earlier. Does anybody have any questions for the people that called in? Stephanie?
What was the gentleman's name on the phone that just spoke?
That was Nate Thompson.
Thank you.
Hey, Deb,
Yes, Director.
can you send me Nate Thompson's contact information?
I will.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the people that called in?
I guess I raised my hand. I didn't know if Michael Chandler had any objections to us reaching out to him.
Michael, can you unmute yourself? There you go.
That would be fine.
I will send you guys his information as well as Mark Cook and Nate Thompson's.
All right, thanks.
Okay, if there are no other questions, they will be still listening. But Jasmine, I guess you are free to go and do your real job.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are ahead of schedule. So I did put a break after a public comment. Would you like to reflect on any questions or comments that you heard first and then maybe take a 5-minute break, or just push straight through? Druska, you're on mute.
I should just leave myself off mute and just get over it. There you go. So I hear over and over that wolves aren't really the problem, but everything changed when they showed up. And so I can't deal with that mentality that they aren't part of the problem, because they really are. And so I know that predators are important. I know we don't want to, kill them all is not the plan. But I guess I'd like to know from the group if I'm off base here. But I seriously think wolves have added a whole degree to elk management, because it's dispersed elk in a pattern that has become detrimental.
Okay. So I'll turn that. Can I get, I think it was Chuck, Matt, and Ian. But really quickly, do we have a comment for Druska? Maybe wolves aren't, I'm going to tweak your verbiage a little bit. There's something
That's
happening
fine.
with wolves, not necessarily, I don't want to identify it's a problem, but maybe there's something that's happening with wolves in particular. Is that something that resonates with folks?
So am I up, Kimberly?
You can, yes. If
Okay,
nobody has
so,
any comments
yeah.
for Druska. Yeah.
Yeah, Druska's right, right on. They're a big factor. To say that wolves don't have any impact on elk is just isn't the way it is. Predators are a huge impact, and that's fine, I guess, but we've got to manage according to that. But what I really wanted to say was, we are not in a idealistic world. This group needs to deal with the situation that we have. And landowners, in many cases, are set in a pattern of how they're going to manage their ranch and who's going to hunt that ranch and at what cost their access is. It's incumbent on this group to figure out the best way to work through that situation. We can't legislate to people who's going to come on their ranch and when they're going to come on their ranch. we have to figure out a way that we can manage elk at the situation as it is today. And I won't elaborate any further.
Thank you, Chuck. Matt?
So Nate started to talk, Nate Thompson there, he started to get into a little bit some of a common theme that I keep hearing, and it's a lot of frustration with some poor hunter behavior, and it's causing a lot of loss of access for people. You know, there's a few bad actors that are really causing a lot of trouble for a lot of the good folks out there, and they're blocking off a lot of land as a result of it. And you know, I guess I don't really want to expound on it much more than that, but it's definitely something that I would like to put on the table for some further discussion later on here.
Noted. On the table, Matt. Ian?
Yeah, I guess I was going to follow up with the comment that Druska said. I guess, yeah, I feel like if you guys have seen it down, well, I mean, it's very obvious down the Yellowstone elk herd. I mean, there was one environmental or one thing on the landscape that changed. That was wolves, and we saw, you know, reduction from 20,000 elk down to, you know, 1,500 to 3,000 elk on the low end, something like that. You know, I mean, I see the exact same thing up in Northwest Montana. So, I mean, the predator element and whatnot, we need to have an open discussion about that. I did have a discussion with Mark. He's, you know, it was a great discussion, and I want to have further follow up. But it's, they're great. There's 150,000 elk, but they're not necessarily in the locations that they used to be. I can completely echo what Michael Chandler said up here in the Northwest, that the change that has occurred as a result of them. I mean, it's pretty devastating, and just, you know, I mean, it makes me, when I get home from hunting or whatever, it makes me want to cry looking at what there was and what there is now. And that, like I said, I mean, you're going to get tired of me saying this, but the folks up in Northwest Montana, the people from Kalispell, the people from Missoula, or other big population bases in the state, we have public land coming out our ears, and there's not the elk on those vast tracts of public land anymore. So what do? We show up down in Paradise Valley, and we're hanging out on the, you know, we're walking in miles and miles, you know, going around corners and other stuff, putting pressure on the public lands. And then they show up on Druska's ranch, and they show up on Race's ranch and other stuff, because instead of me staying home chasing elk that live on public land that aren't an issue, like, I'm creating an issue for you guys. And I mean, it's a secondary issue, but you know, I mean, yeah, let's have a deep dive into the wolf topic, get all sorts of, you know, conversations, and, you know, let's rip the Band-Aid off of that one.
So, conversations about wolves in particular, so a recommendation probably needs to have some consideration or a discussion about wolves and the landscape overall. Scott?
I was just going to speak as to Matt mentioned hunter landowner relationships. Our little working group, me and Chuck and Stacy. Stacy had mentioned in our group that one of her children just got through with hunter safety, and they don't teach in hunter safety landowner hunter relationships. And maybe we thought that might be a good group that we probably all agree on, where you teach common courtesy to a landowner's land and to the landowner, and you like open gates, you close gates, and what you do on that might be something we could all agree on just to move forward. Related to that is just some ethics hunt, you know, not just watch what you're shooting the target beyond, but specifically some of that stuff. So.
Perfect. Thanks, Scott. Druska?
I agree with Matt and Scott. We have to have a full discussion about hunter ethics, and then how that would improve the relationship between landowners and hunters. And there are programs out there. We don't have to develop one. I mean, the Master Hunter program is great, and it does a lot. But we need to have that big, full discussion.
Perfect. Stephanie?
I would agree on the wolf thing. Definitely. I think I've heard more public comments on anything about how few elk are up in Region 1 and 2. And as a result, all of those folks have no elk to hunt anymore. So they flood the rest of the state. Also, totally think hunter ethics needs to be addressed. I think anymore there's such a disconnect between the ethics of hunting and just being famous on social media to hunt. But I also want to, in the same hat, throw out there that we also need to talk about bad landowner behaviors. There are some landowners who are illegally blocking access to roads, to land, etc. So we do need to address landowners who aren't playing nice in the sandbox as well.
Thank you, Stephanie. So a couple different conversations, ethics around hunters in particular, thinking about those landowners and their actions and behaviors, and then also thinking about other components on the landscape, such as wolves, for those recommendations.
If I may ask the group permission, a member of the public joined late. The agenda, of course, had public comment at 2:10. So they joined a little late. Can we allow, are you okay with allowing her to share her comments? Does anybody have a problem with it? Okay. So Kay Counts, I'm gonna allow you to talk. You could go ahead and mute yourself. And you have 4 minutes, Kay.
Thank you very much, Deb. My name is Kay Counts. I live in the upper Madison Valley. Our concern in protecting the elk so that there are elk to hunt in an area that is a very vibrant and healthy, has a very vibrant and healthy elk herd population all the way from Ennis up to where we are at Reynolds Pass, is a proposed development that is out of character with the area, which is mostly, I would characterize it as open landscape with some scattered residential areas, a lot of agriculture in the area. We're starting to see the pressure that Gallatin County has experienced, and the area is not zoned. So the only way we have to protect the elk herds, the pronghorns, and all the other wildlife that's attached to that is through petitions from the community, working closely with the county to present reasons why these types of commercial development, not all commercial development, but ones that are directly in the migration paths and would effectively become a dam in the migration path, which is of course going to deflect elk herds into private property, onto agricultural areas. Everybody on this call understands that. And we're just looking for help and guidance in any way that people who are very engaged with the herds and very interested in the longevity and the health of the herds can help us tell the story about the importance of protecting those migration corridors. Thank you.
And Kay, if there are any follow-ups, is it okay to share your information with the group?
Oh, please. Yes.
Any other thoughts or questions on the public comment in particular? We had a discussion about landowner ethics, hunter ethics, and then the different items on the landscape, such as wolves, that we might need to consider. Okay. We are early, like I mentioned earlier. Do you want to take a break, or would you like to push through for a little bit and get started? Druska says 5 minutes. So let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll get started. It'll be about 2 more minutes, just if you wanted to know.
One of the most obnoxious things on Zoom is the whole forgetting to unmute yourself. It just is awful.
I completely understand.
It is.
I think that the biggest frustration for me with Zoom is that I don't really quite enjoy the online format as much. And so there's always something that happens that I don't know how to address it.
Yeah.
Stuck on your way into a Zoom meeting. It's not like traffic where you can say, oh, I'm like 5 minutes away. I know approximately where I am. You're just sort of stuck in space.
Yep.
So that really frustrates me. Like poor Aaron had to take care of all of his tech issues this morning as well.
I asked someone, they just said, well, unplug your speaker and put it into your computer and I'll be darned if it works. So that was an easy fix.
I need my own private IT guy.
Be nice, yeah.
Be nice. So let's slowly and surely start coming back. About a couple more seconds. Okay. Well, I will slowly start with an introduction, and we will then work our way through addressing quality access to harvest is where we'll end up, but I'll slowly start. So this is from our notes last time, just to give you an understanding of what we're doing and where we're going and what we're talking about with vision, value, all of that fun stuff. So we kind of defined what strategically redistribute the elk and redistribute the hunters means. So we have this idea that we want to increase the hunters' opportunity to harvest either on public or private lands. And we also have this desire to increase the number of elk on public lands, in particular, focusing in on the hunting season. So those are the two sort of components of strategically redistributing the elk and the hunters. And when we had that conversation, we had some key factors that we came up with, some things that we thought were important. And this is what we're going to do with them, right? So we look at the things. So if we want to redistribute, we probably need to know what their seasonal distribution is. So we need to have that conceptual understanding. We wanted to have the ability to reduce overcrowding in hunting areas. And what that really means is when you start to redistribute the hunters where the elk are and the elk where the hunters are, reducing that overcrowding overall. Then we have, I'm going to jump down a little bit, like the ability to hunt cow versus bull elk. So what are those driving factors that encourage folks to hunt cow versus bull elk? How does this help population control? Those sorts of questions. Those are the things that we're trying to really solve. This is what strategically redistributing would sort of address. And we'll see key themes throughout them. We put them all down on paper because we have several there, and it's really hard to hold, 10 different ideas in your head on 5 different topics. That's 50 different things that you have to hold in your head all at one time. So we define what we're trying to achieve. And then when we look at our recommendations overall, we'll start saying, well, how do we make these happen? What prevents these from happening? And we look at those 2 components. What's limiting this from happening? What encourages this to happen? And then we look at all of our different overall goals, those big green stickies, the access, the strategically redistributing, the mitigating disease. We look at all those factors and then we say, okay, are there any strings that we can tie to make a recommendation that addresses them all? So the first step is really getting to that understanding of what your vision is or what your values are, what you care about. Some people call it objectives, goals, vision, all of those different words that folks use. What are you trying to do? So that's what we're going to do with the next couple components. We're going to start unpacking what it means to address that quality access to harvest. Then we're going to start talking a little bit about acknowledging and mitigating the risk of disease, improving stakeholders and the data component. So we're going to start saying, what does this mean, and get all of those pieces out. And then the next step, what prevents us from getting there, what encourages us to get there, and how do we put these together? Are there questions overall on that? No? Okay, so it might be helpful. I'm going to try to stop sharing my screen as much as possible. So it might be helpful to have those notes that we had last time. We're going to start with addressing quality access to harvest. So take a second to just look at what success, I'll just zoom in on this actually. Success would look like. Can I get someone to read this, what success, what we had last time is? Out loud, off mute? Anyone? Okay. No one willing to read it out loud, or are we just all going to read it quietly? Druska.
I can do either.
Please read it out loud. I would appreciate it.
Okay. A successful recommendation to address quality access to harvest elk would increase the hunter's ability to access locations that have a realistic opportunity for the hunter to harvest elk. Currently, hunters have multiple hunting location options to access elk on public or private, and there is recognition that the quality of those options may be poor, meaning the hunter does not have a realistic chance of killing an elk.
This is kind of a summary of what we discussed last time. If tweaks or changes need to occur, we should probably talk about those a little. And then we talked a little bit about some things that might be important. Now, I took notes and included them here, so these aren't final or anything along those lines, but we do want to have a conversation on what quality access to hunt means. So in order to get there, what I'd like to do is if we could have 2 or 3 folks describe what they think a time when they had quality access, if we could get a description of those. So if 2 or 3 folks could share what those are, if folks could listen, and then we'll pull out key factors. So one person will explain what they think it is, and then the next will listen as a group and sort of pull out those key factors. Because we might have different perspectives on what that looks like overall, and we want to capture that information. Is anyone willing to describe what addressing quality access to harvest is? And then we'll circle back with the group that discussed this in particular. Does anybody want to describe an experience where they had quality access to harvest? What that means to you? Ian.
Nobody else is talking, so I guess I'll just say it. I guess yeah, for me, it goes beyond just the ability to pull the trigger. It's having, I mean, to me, a quality opportunity to harvest or whatever not only includes, you know, an animal to harvest, but also the experience. You know, I'm as a, you know, public land kind of hunter. It's goes way beyond controlling elk numbers or other stuff. For me, it's the actual quality of the experience that's out there. So, you know, for I would say, could probably speak for most of the hunters in this group, you want a quality outdoor experience along with a legitimate opportunity to harvest an animal. There's I think maybe what I'd get at is that there's maybe two categories. I mean, there's your general elk hunting, you know, needing, you know, wanting, you know, that quality experience that I'm trying to explain. And then there's also the herd reduction element of things where that kind of maybe takes on a little bit different. I think there's going to be, you know, maybe split that into two avenues where there's there's the quality experience for the hunter, the reason why we got into the game and whatnot, and then the other thing of, you know, hey, we need to take a couple cows off the landscape, whatever, for crop depredation. You know, that's, and if we're going to do that, the quality of that is that, you know, there you have to be there at the right time, you have to have the right access, you have to be able to get in there and get it done. So anyway, I guess I'd say that there's maybe two avenues there.
Right. So there's that population control, and then there's also that desire to have that experience. Matt?
So I think if you're going to define what a quality hunt is, it's going to be different for everybody. There's certain people in this world that if they could go shoot a cow elk out of their pickup window off the county road, that's a quality hunt to them. And there's other people that you know don't want to see another person. But I think that you know, if you boil it down to the two things that I think everybody could agree on would be that lack of other hunting pressure and presence of game. You know, I mean, those are the two very obvious things that would probably signify a quality hunt.
Yeah. Heath?
Yeah, I think that the presence of game is probably the key to the hunting aspect of it. I mean, we can take a hike the other 9 months out of the year. If we're truly hunting, there doesn't always have to be, I mean, let me rephrase that. You're gonna have days where you don't always get into animals to hunt. But the opportunity and the fact that there, you know, are animals on the landscape is obviously what we're looking for.
Perfect. So when we're talking about really thinking about the access issues in order to have that quality hunt, are we just talking about the probability that that there is something to hunt there? That's pretty much what we're trying to say. Oh, Druska, I'm sorry, your hand's up.
That's right. So I'm a non-hunter, but if I was going to go out and for a day, I would like to not drive 10 hours and clear across the state or any of those things. I would like the weather to be decent. I would like presence of game. I mean, I think a quality hunt is at least you saw something. It doesn't have to be that you have something in the back of the truck. And it's not seeing a bunch of other people. That's the big one. You want to be out in the woods doing your thing with your idea of what hunting an elk is and not run into any other people. I mean, it's kind of like when you go for a hike. Do you want to have a bunch of people on the trail? No. You want to be out there just enjoying it yourself. And yeah, and so the access is important, but I'm not sure access is always going to equal presence of game. And so anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Druska. So it's the opportunity, not necessarily the guarantee of game. Stephanie?
I just want to say I appreciate Druska's opinion on that. That's great to hear, especially coming from somebody who's a non-hunter, kind of what they would see. Because like Matt said, everybody's experience for a quality hunt is going to be different. So I think Druska hit the nail on the head.
So being close, not having to drive those 10 hours, making sure that the weather is somewhat good. There's game, but it's not a guarantee that it's going to occur. So not necessarily always that guarantee, but that opportunity for something. Chuck?
Well, it's a factor, so I think we should address it as a group. Quality access to harvest is in many ways determined by if you're willing to pay an access fee or if you're not. I mean, that's just the way it is. Generally speaking, where the landowner controls the access, charges a fee, there's probably better game to hunt there. And where it's wide open, there's probably less game there. So, I mean, that can be a tough one for us to address, but I think we've got to we've got to talk about that one a little bit and make some decisions based on that very kind of a fact.
Mm-hmm. So the quality of access might be based off of a charge or a fee to get into that space, and having a discussion on that. Matt?
And I'm not so sure it's necessarily a fee. It's just boils down to management. I think you could manage some of these public lands differently, and you might be able to increase some quality. Maybe unlimited access for 5 weeks out of during the season may not equate into a quality experience. I mean, we might have to look at some different options that way to limit people and when they're allowed access into different areas.
Perfect. So the management overall, Heath?
I feel like I'm following Matt around here today, but I think he's spot on. Yeah, I think we could have a higher quality hunt, less people, a better opportunity. Sorry, my daughter's in the background yapping at me. I think that's all. Yeah, I think that's all an option. I think that the management strategy could change. Hey, management strategy could change for sure and address some of those issues.
Perfect. Scott and then Ian. You guys bounced around, so Scott then Ian.
Yeah, sorry, somehow I cut in front of you there, Ian. I agree with what you were saying, Matt, but I think it's even bigger than the 5 weeks of hunting season. I mean, where I'm at, I'm in a very small mountain range. And when you have every Jeep club, every ATV club, every mountain bike club, every equestrian club spends from May until September in the mountains, then when the bow hunters go up in September, they're mad because there's no up there. I mean, yeah, and that's going to be a collaboration with Fish and Game and Forest Service. Maybe there's some time off in the forest for sensitive periods like elk calving. I mean, the elk don't calve up in the mountains anymore. They just don't. Not where I'm at. They calve down on private ground, and they never used to do that. But there's just too much traffic in the forest, and it's all year, not just the 5 weeks of hunting season.
So when we're talking about land management, we need to start talking about full year, not necessarily just during hunting season. So we'll keep bouncing around. Ian?
To make a quick comment, I feel like there almost needs to be a distinction on, or partition some of the discussions into what the hunters want and then what the landowners want, because we're bouncing back and forth. Somebody listened in on this discussion, and we want more elk. We don't want more elk. We want, I don't, maybe a little bit, I'm just sitting back and listening to this because we need to get it's tough as a public land hunter. FWP is supported 100% by tag revenues and whatnot, and largely out of state landowner tags and whatnot. And it's awesome to feel like I have a voice right now, but there's also the landowner side of the house gets a really, really big say at the table, and yet it can kind of feel like, well, we're paying the bill here, we're doing whatever, and you just want to use us for shooting some cows or something. It kind of feels like we get some table scraps at times as a public land hunter. But I guess maybe kind of went on a rabbit trail there, but just we want to help. We really do want to help the landowners and do that, but kind of partition the discussion a little bit to, hey, we'll help you with with your issues and try to take some cows off the landscape, but also we do want to shed light on the decrease in hunting quality on our public lands. It's happened. I don't care where you are in the state. It's gone downhill in the last 5-10 years. I don't know if correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows of an area that's just absolutely public land, elk hunting opportunity in the state has just gone through the roof and is amazing now in comparison to what it is. Correct me, but it doesn't seem like it's the case.
Thanks, Ian. Druska? You're on mute. You're still on mute.
Sorry.
No.
So I would agree with Ian that, I think there's two types of hunts. Well, probably three, but if you talk about game damage hunts or brucellosis mitigation hunts, those are really site specific. And yes, I think there could be a feeling that hunters are being used in those types of hunts. And then there's your fair chase, go out in the woods, public, private, whatever kind of hunting. And, but both are really, really important in the management scheme. And many times the ones that come in and do the later hunts that help out the landowners are the people that want meat in the freezer. And they are more than happy to come in whatever situation it is so that they can get a cow elk to take home and put in their freezer. And so I think that's a little bit, so there are different reasons why those other hunts get a lot of play. But that doesn't help with the access issue during the general season of 5 weeks or whatever. And then help with that public issue.
Thank you, Druska. You mentioned 2 hunts and possibly 3. So game damage, fair chase. Is there? Do you?
Well, I was thinking the brucellosis mitigation ones, the game damage hunts, and then regular hunting.
Okay. So what I'm kind of hearing, and let me know if I've got it right. So if we're talking about access and hunting in particular and trying to get that quality of hunt, we probably need to think about a couple different things. So Druska mentioned there might be different, so the brucellosis, the game damage, the fair chase, but then pulling in, I think it was what Ian was talking about too, there's that I guess fair chase and general hunting, but there's also that component of a population control. So what you're trying to achieve with your hunt and the access associated with what you're trying to achieve might be different. And then we might have to think about what hunters and access need and what landowners and access might need. So we might have different types of hunts, different types of access, and then different sort of stakeholders in that process, either the hunters or the landowners. Does that resonate with you guys? Does that not resonate with you guys? Matt.
Well, I think the issue is a little more complicated than that because every landowner has a different objective. I mean, you got some landowners that they can't have enough elk and the next door neighbor wants to kill them all. And, to try and identify what landowners want. Well, I mean, some people, they want 100 different things. And so, I guess I don't know exactly what you're trying to ask, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of when we are thinking about what would be successful when we're developing a recommendation on the quality of addressing the quality access to harvest. We're thinking about that. The factors that we might want to consider in that process. So we might want to consider the different types of hunts there are. So if it's for population control, or it's for game damage, or it's for the experience itself. So we might want to take into consideration those factors. We might also want to take into consideration hunter and landowner concerns, just in general. So for the hunters, it's probably something along the lines of they want something that's local. They probably want something where the land has been managed fairly well throughout the year rather than just a short period of time, and considering like those access fees, things along those lines. Druska.
Well, I'm saying an awful lot of stuff and I'm not even a hunter, so that scares me. We should be looking at not necessarily which access issues, but if a hunter wants access and if a landowner opens up his land, what do you want to see from that? You want to see ethical hunters that walk through the gate, that do everything they're supposed to do, whether they get anything or not, and say thank you to the landowner. And so if you don't have that relationship right now, our job with the recommendation is how do we create that relationship? And so we do it through a master hunter program. Maybe you do it through a recertification program of hunters so that the landowner knows that that hunter has been exposed to all of the ethical type of behaviors that they're supposed to have. And if you have to get recertified, like teachers have to do, or, first aid responders have to do, then maybe you get a little extra when you go to buy your elk tag, maybe, or an extra bonus point or something like that. And so you're building on the ethical hunter, and then you're recertifying the ethical hunter. And in the end, it's pretty simple for a landowner to say, do you have that certification? Have you been through that program? Great, I'm happy to have you on my place. And then it doesn't matter what kind of access you're talking about or whether you're paying a fee or not. It matters that you have a relationship.
Perfect. Chuck.
Your point's taken well, Druska, but I guess I'm wondering, what are we trying to accomplish with this topic? There will be, if we polled our sounding board and all the people that are on the public now and said, what does quality access to harvest mean to you? I bet we'd have 100 different things. So I'm just asking the group, what is our goal with addressing this topic? I'm just sorry, I'm not catching up. I need clarity on that question.
I'm going to circle back to that question. I think that's a great question, Chuck. So Ian has his hand up, but I do want to circle back to Chuck's question if Ian's not specifically addressing that.
Yeah, I think I was going to kind of just piggyback on that. This question, while it is a great question, I think Matt puts it into the best, words as far as that quality kind of, opportunity deal. But like, I don't know that there's like, for this group, with the question, I don't know that there's like an actual tangible, deliverable that we can really do. Maybe I'm off, but I feel like, as a starting point, we try to put like a top 10 recommendation together, and those recommendations are going to the quality opportunity of the hunt and, opportunity to harvest, that's going to be a byproduct of said specific recommendation. Like the nuts and bolts recommendation is going to result in accomplishing this through that. So I don't even know if we can answer this question really. Like, I think it's a good, topic discussion point, but I don't know that it's answerable.
So I pose this in this way. We don't know how to answer it, but we're going to make a recommendation on how to access quality, how to address quality access to harvest. Is that kind of where we're at? We don't know how to define it, but we're going to make a recommendation on it. So we don't know what we're trying to achieve with it, but we want to achieve something.
Well, I think we do know what the end product is, but we need to they're like specific recommendations that move towards, addressing that. I mean, anyway,
Okay. Stephanie and Matt.
I agree. I feel like we're getting in the weeds trying to define something, and we're getting hung up on processes again. Really, like I said, I feel like we're getting in the weeds trying to define what quality access is. And again, that's going to look different for everybody. But there are some recommendations or some of those, I suppose, strategies that we need to start looking at to get to quality access. What does that look like through the block management program? How can we build these relationships through hunter's education, master hunter, all of these things? Instead we're sitting here defining what quality access is, and that I don't think we can do that justice because there is no single definition. But that's what we're here to do, is to address that. And I think just sitting here defining it is a waste of time.
Okay. Matt and then Scott.
So yeah, I don't think we're not gonna find like the one key answer to any of this, but I think we can identify a bunch of little things that may help. Like I think, just like Stephanie said, I think block management is a great place to start. And I think we need to focus on incentivizing landowners. Like there has to be an incentive, and it's not going to work for all. Like there's a lot of landowners out there that they're just not going to be incentivized. And those are the guys, we deal with the stuff we can. But for a lot of people, I mean, there is stuff that we can do. I mean, there is some exchanges. Maybe it's money, maybe it's who knows, but incentivizing those landowners for access would be a good way to go. And in block management, I think is another great place to start.
Thanks, Matt. Scott?
Oh, I just wanted to piggyback off what Stephanie was saying. And I think instead of trying to define something that's nearly undefinable, maybe we just use that question as a litmus test where we say, here's a recommendation. Does it do this? Instead of trying to define necessarily exactly what that is. And we're going to know whether our ideas, make it better or not. So that's just a thought.
Sounds good. So maybe have that question, is it quality access, at the end? So I'll circle back with Chuck because he posed that question originally too. Do you have any follow-up on that, Chuck?
I'm pushing all sorts of buttons here, but I think I got off mute.
You got it.
No, but I think the dialogue that's happened since that has distilled that question down a little bit for me. And so I like what, really, Stephanie kind of let it off. Scott and Matt, I think you're on to it now. I was thinking a little bit too individual, you might say, to an individual ranch. No, we got to be a little more general than that. Block management, a lot of times it's called block mismanagement. There's some opportunity tell me, Hank, you're on, how many acres are in block management? Do you know that off the top of your head?
I really don't off the top of my head. It used to be about 7 or 8 million acres.
It's still, it's a bunch of land and some pretty good habitat. Thank you, Hank, for that. We could do a lot better there. Incentivizing landowners. I think we're doing that. We just could maybe do it a little better. And so I like the direction we're going with incentives, and we can build on that a little bit. So yeah, I'm getting it. It's coming around to me a little bit, Kimberly. I think we're on the right track here for some of the discussion that's followed that question.
Perfect. Thank you, Chuck. Scott, and then I think Hank just raised his hand too.
Just really quick, I like what Matt says about incentivizing landowners.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. Hank.
Yeah, I was just going to add for the group's knowledge that I do have the PLPW, Private Lands Public Wildlife. They're looking at all the access programs we have, and they're focusing on those. And just it's an interesting fact here that I found out recently that 92% of the funding for block management comes from non-resident license sales. So it's interesting that they pay that much for this part of it, because it goes all the way back to the old operator sponsored license only. It was based on that. So just want to let them know. And I do have the PLPW working on looking at better ways for block management, other access programs they have too, just so you understand that.
Thank you, Hank. I have Druska and then Stephanie.
So I have a question based on incentivizing landowners. So one of the ways that has been proposed over the last year and a half or two or whatever is to incentivize landowners with special tags. But then the minute you say that, everybody says, no, 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 you can't give them special tags. So what does incentivizing a landowner mean?
I'll pause for the group if anybody has anything, and then Stephanie and Deb, but anybody want to clarify? Chuck, are you raising your hand to answer that question?
Oh, I'm sure I've got the best answer in the world for it. But yeah, see where that comes from is that the type of landowner that we're talking about that probably has a lot of elk on his property. You can't pay him enough money. He has no other reason to let you on there unless he gets an elk tag. So you let him have his elk tag, and then make him let so many other hunters come on that property. He doesn't need the money. He doesn't need to make any money. But if we can open up those lands a little bit, which we're doing in some cases, yeah, you got to give the guy a tag, let him and maybe his family hunt. But if you can bring on, 4 people for every tag he gets, you've got better than what you had before. That's where that comes from. Yeah, I know there's a rub against it, but there's I don't know how else we will open that door. Let me put it that way. It's a tough one to crack.
So when we get into that conversation and discussion of if our recommendation to address quality access to harvest has incentives, clearly being specific as to what those incentives might look like and what those incentives might be over time. I know Deb, Stephanie, and then Brett.
Unless Brent has an answer to that question, I don't want to jump back.
I guess I had a question for Chuck in that we've got some lands every year that pop out of block management. Occasionally it is financially related. And so you do have some ranchers still that are on the fence of, we can make a little money in block management, provide the public access. We are participating now, but we're going to drop out because we know we can outfit this land and sell a couple hunts for more money than block's paying us. Would you be favorable to, block's one of our better programs, keeping the block management program, but making sure they're not going down in the financial reward that they're giving for those block programs that aren't participating in the 454 plan, but are on the fence of, hey, they're only giving me $3,000 a year. One elk hunt's 5,000. Should I drop out? I guess I'm curious about the whole group's feel on, do we need to try to find a way for block management to have more funds to sweeten the pot for the landowners that do participate in block management?
Well, I don't know that much about block management because I don't have any right locally here. What I hear from landowners is they really get more pressure than what they really wanted to have. They're getting paid a little bit, and the FWP is probably helping them with policing that land, and there's other perks with it. But there's a point where they get so much pressure that they get a little tired of it. So then they go, you might say they're going to move away from a government program to a private program. And that's, that's just their call. And it may not even be for the money. It just may be for the lack of hassle. Somebody else chime in here.
So we had a deviation of conversation. Ian, Aaron, Matt, and Heath all raised their hands really quickly. I think that this conversation about block management, but I also acknowledge that Stephanie and Scott have had their hands up for a bit of time. So do you guys want to pause and check in with them real quick and then circle back to this conversation, or just, okay, you guys are comfortable with that? So Stephanie.
I just wanted to get clarification on the numbers for block management sources. I've just seen so many varying numbers, and so I just want like clarity on what those numbers actually are, and those numbers would be beneficial for the public. I'm seeing, I asked for this earlier, and I'm seeing 73% comes from non-resident licenses, fishing licenses, and hunting licenses. So I just want clarification whether it's 92 or 73. Those are two pretty big differences. And then also in regards to the block management, I think also better signage. Again, this comes to the point that, man, sometimes hunter behavior is really poor. You see hunters leave carcasses right there. I don't know if there's some sort of training, but I mean, leaving fences open, using the bathroom right there and leaving toilet paper all over. You get to those boxes and they are a lot of times just less than desirable. And it's disappointing because that shows right there bad hunter behavior. So
if I could just jump in and address some of those questions then. So I've been on messaging with Jason Cool at FWP. So one of the first questions was, how many acres are in block management? There's 7 million public and private, and that equates to just under 6 million private. The cap for block management right now is the payment is $25,000 per landowner. And Stephanie, the question, the email I sent out to everybody with the breakdown of block management expenditures and how they're funded, it was broken down by state, resident, non-resident, and I can't remember the third category on that list. Stephanie, can you just tell me what that was? Pittman Robertson. So that's the federal. Okay. So that the categories were how those expenditures were funded. If you only look at non-resident and resident, that's where you get that 92%, where the license dollars come from. It's 92% non-resident license dollars if you're only looking at that. But Pittman Robertson comes into play there as well. But in terms of the ratio for resident, non-resident, the 92% is right.
Thank you. I really appreciate that clarification. Thank you both.
Okay.
So can we jump in and get Scott, and then Ian, Aaron, Matt, and then Heath?
Yeah, I'm a little late on the hand raise. My brain works a little bit slow, so I'm still thinking about some of the incentivization stuff that we're talking about. This isn't really so much about the block, but one thought I had about incentives for landowners is it doesn't necessarily need to be monetary. I think the culture that we live in right now, I think it's a ripe time for some kind of a program. Maybe a fish and game led thing. Program's a bad word. Don't be scared of the word program. It's a poor choice of words, but something that, connects a landowner with needs to hunters with specific skills. I think Druska, all of us, I'll bet at some time, the ones that, are running cows or landowners have a need that we might not have all the money in the world to fix right there. Sometimes we need, an accountant, or we need a veterinarian, or we need something from the bank, or you name it. And if there was a link between, hunters with those skills and landowners with those needs, I think that would be another way that you could incentivize access onto private land.
Perfect. Thank you, Scott. Ian, then Aaron, Matt, and then Heath.
Well, I think, Chuck brings up a good point, but I think it like the counter to that, I think looking at it as there's just like there's many different types of, you know, motivations for hunters. There's a lot of driving factors for landowners as well. And I think, you know, having a recommendation to try to help out each particular subset of landowners. I think you have, you know, you have the business owner, money driven landowners that, you know, I mean, that's fine. You know, but you know, so they're going to look at it like, okay, I got too many elk on my property. They're not turning a profit. But if all of a sudden, if those elk become valuable, as you know, you know, as I think it was Brent was saying, you know, okay, can we give that landowner more, you know, more money out of block management to make that desirable? You know, there's a possibility there. There's the guy that Chuck's talking about that has plenty of money, and the only thing that's going to get him to the table is a bull tag. I have, you know, some conflicted feelings about that, but you know, let's have that discussion. Then I think you have, you know, a really important landowner, and I think there's a lot of ideas. You know, Drew's is talking about the master hunter stuff. I've been in contact with those folks. I've an idea, like I have an outside the box idea that, you know, all right, let's do a type 3 block management program where you try to where you're addressing, I would call it like the bad apple scenario, where there has been an experience that landowner has had happen, where one bad apple ruined it for everybody. They are now outside of that program. They don't feel like there's guardrails, you know, type 1, type 2 block management, you know, type 2, whatever, you know, you got to call and, you know, line stuff up ahead of time. But, you know, the number of calls that FWP gets, that landowner gets, you know, explaining to everybody, you know, let's come up with a program that, you know, we can take that burden off of the landowner. We can have some guardrails, like, you know, some sort of actual check-in, so these people know who's on their property. So if there is an issue, you know, you can say, hey, you know, you're no longer allowed to hunt this type 3 block management. There's, you know, and, you know, doing some videos and such to, you know, coach the public, not only from an ethics standpoint, but also from a, you know, specific use of their individual property, like put together a video so that landowner doesn't have to repeat themselves 500 times throughout the course of hunting season. They can just watch a video and they can know that, okay, I park here, I go here, I do not drive off the roads, whatever, you know. So anyway, I think we could dive into more, you know, we need the discussion needs to change into let's get to the actual little, you know, more nuanced recommendations or whatever that's going to accomplish the big picture things. We've done really good at defining the big picture ideas, but we need to get into the weeds a little bit on, you know, what actual tangible things are practical to change and implement so we can actually, you know, make the desired outcome. So
Thank you, Ian. Aaron, Matt, Aaron, then Matt, then Heath, then Race.
Sure. And Scott, you weren't late to raise your hand. I was going to hit on those exact topics that you were. You know, it is going to be interesting, just a little bit more on the block management tangent. You know, it's going to be interesting after this year how many acres come out. I know I have several large neighbors that have come out based on monetary, but also just the loss of control. You could not pay me enough money in block management to put my farm into the program. I do not want to give up that control. It kind of goes back to what Stephanie related to. What you see going on some of those block management units, and our poor wardens that do a great job are stretched enough as it is, just exacerbates the problem. So sorry to go deeper into the tangent, but.
Good tangent to go on. Matt?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat here. I don't have anything real profound to say, but we do border a block management area, and it's like 5 miles outside of town. And what I see with it is they're incentivized for the number of people that run through that place. And it's an absolute, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like that place, we got people running our fence and trespassing nonstop. And it's, you know, incentivizing more numbers is probably not a great system. You know, like that's where I believe kind of around this quality discussion. And I really like Ian's idea of maybe having a third level, like where you pay some pretty serious premiums to these guys in a block management program where, you know, maybe they set aside, like you pay them to set aside acres for habitat. I mean, habitat's simple. If you get food, water, and cover, you've got animals. And, you know, a lot of these places are, I mean, I know some big block management out here where it's sagebrush and gumbo flats and grazed to like a tabletop. And I hope those guys aren't getting $1, you know, but they might be. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this, but yeah, I think you need to really look at something like what Ian said and start paying the guys that are doing a quality job, and then trying to seek out those hunters that that are your good guys that are there for the right reasons and are going to act right. So
Thanks, Matt. Heath?
Yeah, based along those block management options, or, you know, things we're talking about here, it does seem like we're incentivizing just a ton of access. And there's a piece that's come out of block management that was just down from my house, that the ranch itself, the majority of it, anything that was decent was not in block management. And then there was a piece where they had a sign-in box where you could basically walk over the hill, but you had to walk over the hill to see if there was animals on it, which was kind of a waste of time. But I'm sure they're getting funded for anybody that signs in. And so some way to manage those better. And there are some great block management units. You know, there's some good ones out there that are more labor intensive as far as how they manage them. And there's some great ones that are sign-in boxes as well that are bigger ranches that can withstand the pressure they take. But some way to incentivize, like we talked about, some sort of quality habitat or quality hunt, so that we're not paying people for basically wasteland.
Thank you, Heath. Race and then Stephanie.
Yeah, I guess I still feel like we're just kind of hitting the same old issues and maybe not make as much progress I'd like to see us make. I just want to make one comment on this. We have a lot of ground in block management, and a little stipend we get out of it is nothing for the number of acres that are involved. We spend probably 60 to 70,000 a year just on enforcement within our own ranch, paying somebody to be a warden. Okay, maybe we get 25K back from block management and other systems. It's a drop in the bucket, but I will say, even as a big unit, none of us are big enough. And I think that's the issue I think we need to focus on, is that we need to focus on things where we can get multiple landowners in an area to embrace. We're not going to get them all. It's not going to be palatable to one or two of them, but you know, we got to focus on some big issues. And just like our area, we can have 3,000 or 4,000 elk in a few pivots, and none of us are big enough landowners to always have the elk there and provide quality hunt, right? And so we got to really look big picture here, I think. I mean, I think, you know, Druska and those of you that have had to deal with the depredation hunts and kind of these disbursement hunts for disease, I mean, it's different, and we got to focus on harvest. But I really hope we just start looking a little bit bigger picture here. And there's going to be a lot of little downside, and we can argue about the pros and cons of block management. But for some people, just have a place to go walk with their kid and go walk a few fence lines and do something is a big thing. But once again, it's pretty insignificant, the amount of money that a rancher gets from that, from our perspective. So
thanks, Race. Stephanie?
I would agree with Race. I've seen some really quality units in block management, and I've talked to them, and they're not getting paid nearly enough. Also, one thing, I mean, I do hunt quite a bit of block management. One thing I did see this year was they had call service lines that were open that you could schedule, which were really nice. I think it took that pressure off of that rancher to take all of those phone calls. I know I've got some really good friends that I hunt with. And gosh, the hunters come and knock before sunrise, and they're calling early in the morning, calling all hours of the evening. And so that call line seemed to help. So I think that as an option for folks in block management might help with it. And again, the $25,000, I know the legislature just raised it, but I mean, $25,000, that's not even 3 elk hunts anymore, outfitted out. So again, really increase those funds. And then better signage again. I can't help but hit that. There's so many even type 2s that, all of a sudden, you have it booked, and all of a sudden 3 pickups pull up that didn't book it, and you're having to have the landowner police it, and what a pain. So again, I don't even know, even just the 2 types just need some work. So.
Okay. Stephanie, you just raised your hand again, and I Race, is that a residual hand, or is that?
Yeah, I just was gonna maybe just clarify one thing. I guess that, if we don't make progress in this area, the alternative is it's pretty easy. I mean, I get emails every day from out-of-state hunting groups that want to lease the land. And we talk about this, and so Chuck brought up how do we get incentivized financially? And if we don't make progress, if we're not successful with what we're tasked to do here, there's more of these guys that just get frustrated. You work hard for a few years on trying to make progress, and eventually it's like, these guys will pay me, and then I don't have to spend all this money chasing around and enforcing. And and so I know where Ian hit it on the head too. I mean, he has some heartburn giving up a bull tag, to a landowner. And I talked to the sportsmen. They really don't want to be limited on how many of them can be on public land to hunt. They want to go where they want to go. But, landowners are at a tipping point too. And, on private property, rights are still important to me. And so how do we get through this, in a meaningful way? And if the alternative is that we just continue to lose more land, there's more of it leased out to those that can afford it, and it's easy. And, a lot of people just, it takes a lot of the effort out of it. And so anyway, no solution, just another comment.
Appreciate it. So we'll go with Ian and then Stephanie, and then I'll do a quick recap.
I guess this would maybe be a question for Deb. When there's certain things that are on, when you buy tags or whatever, you got like a bow hunter stamp, you've got, warm water fisheries. There was there for a while, if you were fishing certain lakes, you had to pay for a warm water fishery stamp. So like getting something new through FWP, I guess my vision would be exactly that, a type 3 block management deal where there's a public education element. There's there's a lot, some training and stuff that goes along, but I don't want to suggest something that's a ridiculous staff burden to FWP. So can't, completely elective, because, there's going to be hunters that if you came out and you made it a requirement, they're going to give you a bunch of kickback, whatever. But if you could, hey, it's an option. If you want to participate in this type 3 block management, it's $100, annual deal, and you got to step through these things. If you could take those funds and you could put that out, like some video editing to like an outside third party source or something, what does that look like realistically to have come up with another funding pot that's completely elective? Is that a legislative change? Is that do you just have the authority to do that?
I guess my answer is going to be, it depends on what you come up with. If you're talking about, any sort of fee increase, even some of the elective ones that have gone through, or the voluntary ones were approved by legislature. So it really depends on what you come up with. Capacity is always an issue, as you mentioned, and others have mentioned with wardens. You guys talked about more money for wardens. So anytime we're talking about anything budgetary like that, we always have to get our authority from the legislature, even though we're self-funded. So there's probably going to be a tie there, even if it's an elective, a choice by the hunter. There's probably going to be some sort of legislative tie. And I just saw Hank turn on his camera and then turn off. So if he has something to offer there too.
No, that's it, Deb. I mean, most of the time when we talk about money, it has to go through the legislature. Just one thing that we are going to be looking at though is possibly raising that cap again on block management, looking at legislation for that for the future. That's something because we're well aware of the issues that we have with that. So just let them know that.
Could you partition? Do you have the authority to partition a portion of funds to, kind of as a pilot project to, make something a little bit more palatable to landowners, I guess, to, so there is more guardrails, so they don't feel like they have to spend $60,000 to $70,000 a year on their own enforcement and having a full-time employee just to run fence lines and check to make sure people are parking where there are, do you have the authority at all to partition that out to do any sort of pilot project, or no? Is that still legislature change?
Well, if you're looking at trying to direct where the money goes and bringing more money in, that would require legislation. So it has to be appropriated a certain way and everything like that. So we'd have to look at legislation on that. That doesn't mean we couldn't do it. So think outside, but a lot of the stuff that you're talking about in the block management things is also things that understand that the Private Land and Public Wildlife Council is working in parallel with you guys on this stuff too. They're looking at ideas for those type of things. So yeah. I don't know how much time I would spend on the block management issue, because we've got another group working on it as well. That doesn't mean you can't give good ideas and do that and work in conjunction with it, but there is another group of people working on it as well.
Thanks, Hank. Stephanie?
I just wanted to maybe suggest that I think in addition to my understanding of this group was we're supposed to help find new ways to bridge the gap between landowners and sportsmen and kind of build relationships around that. I also understood that we were supposed to come up with new kind of recommendations that might help facilitate those. So what I think would be really beneficial, maybe in the next meeting for us to use our time, is let's look at that toolbox that we currently have and see where we can fix it. So what tools do we have? We have the 454 program. How can we improve that? How can we improve the marketing around that? We've got block management. How can we tweak that? And we look at those tools. I don't think we necessarily have the damage program. That's a huge one. I think we can clean that up and make it more efficient. What are some ideas around these old tools that we have in our toolbox? And then start looking at some new ideas. I really feel like we're just, again, getting hung up in defining things when we should actually start seeing a tangible list of these tools that we can use to bridge the gap. Instead, we're, this is great discussion. I think we're doing a great job. I actually feel like we're accomplishing some stuff, but I'd like to see some pencil to paper on these ideas and these tools and how can we improve them? So we're getting a little bit closer to a recommendation versus just banter.
So it's a great time to pause and recap overall where we are on making sure that we've addressed that quality access to harvest in particular, and what our next steps are really going to be for that. So I've taken some notes. I'm trying to minimize the additional screen time and all that fun stuff for you guys so you can see each other. But this is kind of the list that I have. I'll send it out to you as notes, and then we'll move to the next one as well. But I'll send it out to you as notes. The key components that we've discussed as of thus far is really enhancing the relationships between hunters and landowners in particular, making sure that there is access within proximity to where the hunters are, addressing access fees or funding to the landowners, how the land is managed, especially in the public. So if it's for a year long rather than just for hunting season, how is that habitat managed overall? What is the purpose of the hunt? Will change what type of access may be necessary, hunters' behaviors, the landowners' incentives, and that gets down to the block management, the tags, the incentivizing people versus quality of habitat, having that education, outreach, training, ethics, really thinking about those guardrails that landowners can use, so sort of enforcement to some extent, how we can strategize and get multiple landowners to start participating in different avenues for access, and really thinking about that initial contact with the landowner and what that looks like, and making sure that we connect and have these relationships overall. And what we're going to do with this list in particular is we're going to say these are all things that we've discussed in association with that quality access to harvest. We're not going to make it specific on each site as to what a recommendation is, but we look at these big pieces and say, what would a recommendation look like with all of these pieces? How can we make all of these pieces come to fruition? Does that make sense? Druska's nodding. I'm going to go with it. Ian.
I think it does to a point, but I can't remember who said it, but like there was a litmus test comment. I mean, I think
the circle back, yeah.
Maybe, I mean, a quicker discussion through these points, but all that stuff that we talked about up front, let's put some actual hard ideas on paper and then use this stuff as the litmus test to, does it actually accomplish that?
Yeah, so I think that we'll take the list and say, these are things that we care about. Let's figure out how we can make these come to fruition. And so have a detailed discussion about those items. And then afterwards, with each of the recommendations, we can say, is this overall, does this really enhance the quality access to harvest? So I think it would be in that process, yes, Ian. But we want to know things that we should start having those conversations and discussions on. We don't want to just start talking about landowner relationships with hunters and then forget incentives or something along those lines. We want to make sure that we're able to see all of the different pieces and have those discussions and conversations. What do you guys think of that? Getting some visual responses from like Chuck and Stephanie, but I'm not sure. Druska, you're on mute. You're on mute.
I think we can do that, but I also think that the goal needs to be not a whole lot of talking about it, because we did just talk about all of it.
Yeah.
So, to have it as concise as possible so that the litmus test or the recommendation can actually be written and we can move forward with the recommendation, knowing that it's supported by all the things we've talked about.
Most definitely. Stephanie?
I think I'm just going to point out an observation. This is a huge hot topic for the public, right? Everybody, I mean, Hank, you saw it. You saw the turnout. Whenever anybody mentions the word elk, you see this huge public comment. We're not even getting very many, public participation here, which you would think they would. And I think it's because we're just not getting to the meat of it. And so I'm just going to reiterate that we need to start getting into the meat. And, we can look at these lofty pieces, and that should be part of it, but we really need to get to the meat of it. I think that there's frustration among us, among the public, that, these recommendations, are they going to come out in the 11th hour rushed, because we're not getting to any recommendations. So I don't know. I guess that's just where I'm at, and I'm sorry.
No need to be sorry. Yeah. Hank, were you popped on camera?
No, I just, I appreciate the comment. No, I think, yeah, I agree with Stephanie.
So do you guys want to dive into the next one, or how would you like to move forward then? How would you like to move forward? Do you want to do the same thing with mitigating risk of disease, or do you want to pause and dive full on into developing recommendations for addressing quality access to harvest? What do you guys think? Chuck?
I think we ought to move on. We ground this other one around a while. Let's think about it a little bit and send your stuff out to us and we'll digest it. But yeah, we've got to get down to, I mean, we're halfway here, folks, and we haven't got anything done. So we better distill some of this stuff down to where we can put something on the table. I mean, a statement, and then debate it. Because Kimberly, all those other things, access or landowner incentive, all those things will come out in our discussion because all of us have lived that. We are not going to forget something just because a statement is simple and doesn't have all the subsections. Those things will come out. And if we forget it here, believe me, the sounding board will bring it to us. So I'm not worried about that part of it.
Okay.
So for me, I'm ready to move on. I'm kind of tired of this subject and let's roll.
Okay, so let's move on to acknowledge and mitigate risk of disease. So for that one, this is what we had last time. Can I get someone to read this for me?
The successful recommendation to acknowledge and mitigate risk of disease will reduce the potential spread of disease in elk populations. Potential disease that will be considered may include blue tongue brucellosis, epizootic hemorrhagic disease, and chronic wasting disease. This recommendation is considered important because the risk of disease spreading via elk may have significant impacts on the elk populations, cattle, landowners, hunters, and the economy.
Perfect. Thank you, Scott. So for this one in particular, do we want to start with what the small groups discussed in particular on this one then? We didn't do that with the last one. Sort of have a conversation about what we're trying to achieve here with disease in particular. What are we trying to address?
I'd be willing to talk about our small group if you want. Oddly enough, the small group you gave us was one of those yellow highlighted sentences similar to what Chuck read a while ago that we looked at and kind of like, what does she mean here?
Mm-hmm.
But we kind of looked at it and basically you asked us simply, what does acknowledge and mitigate risk of disease mean? And I really didn't like the word acknowledge, and then we decided mitigate was a little tough. And so we would rather move forward with a simpler version, and I don't want to get it wrong. We would call this section recognize and reduce the risk of disease. And our thought process behind that, risk is kind of an open word and it means something different to everyone, different stakeholders here. But recognizing and reducing the risk of disease is important not only to promote healthy elk populations for the long term, but we also want to minimize disease risk and economic loss to livestock producers. Mm-hmm. And when we think about disease in elk, we kind of can categorize those in two ways. You've got diseases that are fairly specific to just elk, but then you have diseases in elk that can transmit to other species of animals, including livestock. And in this situation, this particular group of people, we need to consider brucellosis primarily is our biggest concern in Montana as a disease of elk that can transmit to livestock and basically creates a huge risk for the economics of the livestock industry, specifically cattle in Montana, for exportation and testing requirements. And so we talked a little bit about that. The other disease that we covered a little bit more on was chronic wasting disease. That is not a concern for transmission to livestock at this time. But it definitely is a concern for wildlife populations moving forward. I've got some bullet points we kind of talked about that we came up with for methods to help reduce the risk of disease. We can go over those if you want. Maybe I'll throw them out there and they'll be up for discussion, but they were more on the lines of what sort of recommendations would we have for minimizing disease transmission. And one that definitely made sense to us is to reduce commingling of elk and cattle.
Okay.
Easier said than done, right? But if you can reduce or eliminate the commingling of elk and cattle, you reduce the risk of brucella transmission. We threw out some ideas on how we could do that. We'll see if they come up. Definitely in an effort for any disease transmission, reduce overcrowding and concentrated elk populations, where you can reduce harboring or high density animals on food plots, pivots, agricultural lands. Those are definitely problems for disease transmission. As far as CWD goes, we didn't cover this in our little group, but the Fish Wildlife Parks has a CWD management plan in place, and it is well written in my mind, and they're doing the best they can to reduce prevalence and reduce spread. We shouldn't get away from referring to that on our elk management plan to consider following the CWD management plan in places that they are. I'm going to stop rambling there and see if Heath or Scott T wants to add anything that we might have come up with, or had we known, I guess that, and moving forward, I think I like the idea of we need to make formal recommendations and then kind of hash them out and go through them. And so we didn't do that because we weren't tasked with that. But I think that might answer a lot of Stephanie's concerns and others' concerns that we need a product here. And perhaps we should talk about specific statements or specific recommendations and see if they fly or see if they can be amended to get us all right. We didn't make that for this group, but we just felt like we still need to recognize and reduce the risk of disease.
Thank you, Brent. And Druska, you have your hand up.
So I think without any specific recommendations from the group, we're going to go in circles about how bad it is. And, we already have a work plan for the DSA that contains a list of tools. They're pretty straightforward. There are still outbreaks and transmissions, so they're not foolproof. I don't know what it means to say reduce the risk, because if we're livestock producers, we're doing every single thing we can do to stop commingling. And I can guarantee you in some cases it's not working. So back to, I don't want to just bat this topic around in the group because everybody isn't going to have the same experience, and I feel so strongly about it. I guess going to some recommendations right off would be helpful for me in whatever that would look like. And then I can say whether I like it or not.
Okay. Let's hear from Matt and then Scott.
Just real quickly, either for Druska or Brent, just to get everybody familiar with what is the process like when you guys are in these DSAs? Like, what are the hardships that are put on the cattle producers in that area?
So for us, you have to officially cat food vaccinate, which a lot of us did anyway, but it's mandatory. And for not just the DSA, but for the 4 counties that have a DSA. So there's mandatory OCV, there is mandatory ID. Cattle shouldn't leave the DSA without a specific ID that is associated with your premise. And it can be a silver tag, but everybody's starting to move to electronic tags for ID. Feds are, and those tags don't stay in very well, and they're a lot more expensive. And then there's the change of ownership testing, which is a big deal, big deal. So anytime you're going to sell cattle, you got to run them through the chute, make sure they're ID'd, make sure you have all your ducks in a row. Also, when you're selling all your calves, and when they get like to Three Forks or Billings, then they're bled, and it's because the tests or the bleeding program that USDA APHIS has always had, because of monetary issues, is less than it used to be. And so they're relying on the testing out of the DSA to catch it. So there's extra steps for us all the time. And then so that's the major parts, are the testing and the ID, because I think everybody is responsible and does OCV anyway.
Thanks, Jessica. Did that address it, Matt?
I guess the additional part of this is because there is a DSA that incorporates approximately 5% of the cattle in Montana. The rest of the state is considered, and the DSA is considered brucella free, but the rest of the state remains classified as brucella free. So export restrictions for those other producers in Montana are much less aggressive. There's no blood testing, there's no official ID. And so basically they've allowed Montana to remain brucella free by doing this DSA. It's heroic on the ranchers' part within that to continue to do that. And if brucella in elk continues to spread to additional areas, or we have more crossover cases into cattle, whether the USDA will be so accommodating in the future to remain as a DSA rather than a whole state classification, time will probably tell there.
Well, and frankly, I don't think we get to say heroic. It's kind of mandatory. And basically those of us in the DSA got sacrificed by the whole rest of the livestock producers in the state. And so we bear the brunt of everything to keep everybody else safe. And I don't know, like Brent said, I don't know how long we can continue to do that with the movement of elk.
So do you have to blood test your cattle at the ranch? Like when you sell, like say you sell bred heifers out of state, or you sell your calves in the fall, are you having to blood test at home and then wait for results back before you can sell them?
So what usually happens, so they lowered the test eligible age. It used to be 12 months, but then they realized that the heifers that were being sold in October that are less than 12 months are getting cherry picked and put into breeding programs. So now you have to decide if your heifers are going as slaughter animals or breeding animals. And if you acknowledge that they're going as breeding animals, you have to bleed them before they go. You don't have to have the results, but you have to bleed them before they go. And I think if you're trying to do bred animals, it's a real challenge. And we sell some bulls, not very many, but those have to be bled. And we usually do that at fertility test time. So it's more convenient and you're already at the vets. And we don't whole herd test, and we don't do the bleeding at home. It's at the market, basically. But there are lots of herds that whole herd test, and it's big.
Next we have Scott, Ian, and then Race.
Yeah, thanks for that, Druska. Hats off to you for all the stuff that you guys have to put up with for being in that DSA. Could you elaborate a little more on what I think you mentioned some of the things that Fish and Game had strategies, it had things that they were doing to try to prevent commingling. What are some of those? What are some of the things that they are doing now?
So one of the tools is hazing. They don't like to do it if there isn't a safe wintering place for elk to move to. So you can't just haze them onto your neighbors. It's haze to a spot. In our case, we have the Dome Mountain Game Range. So technically we're pushing them back to the game range. So hazing is a big one. Then there are EMRs, elk management removals. So those are small hunts of 10 or more. I think they limit each hunt to 10, but you can have multiple hunts. They have to be approved, so it gets kind of complicated. And those can happen clear up on, I think, to the end of April.
Are they hiring somebody to haze these on horseback, or what's the method of hazing?
So it's horseback. They don't like to do. We don't care if they use ATVs on us, but the guys that are doing it on horseback.
Okay.
We were having a lot of trouble getting a hazer, and because FWP doesn't pay very much. It's only like $14 an hour, and then there's some trailer and horse expense that they'll pay. But we were in a real bind, and our biologist came up with the idea that maybe if we had a stipend, so that, maybe, you don't know how much hazing you're going to have on a given season. And if there was a guaranteed stipend, then maybe you would get more interest in hazing because there would be a guaranteed salary. And so through PERC, which is Property and Environment Research Center in Bozeman, which looks at market-based solutions, between their connections and the Montana Legacy, which supports FWP programs, they funded the stipend. So PERC had the connection. They talked to Mitch King. I think I have that name right. Anyway, and he went back to the Legacy group and said, we need to help. And there's now I think they did a $3,500 stipend from February 15th through May 15th.
Just mostly in the wintertime?
Yeah, we only haze in the critical abortive time period, basically.
Yeah. Ian and then Race.
Just a couple of questions on, I guess, disease transmission of brucellosis. What sort of contact does it take from an elk to get a cow infected? And then is that something that, like, once they have it, is that a lifelong thing?
So the cow has to sniff abortive material from an elk. So it's aerial or airborne, and they sniff it and they get it. And they'll always, as far as I know, they'll always test seropositive after that. But seropositive in a cow, in an elk, doesn't necessarily mean they have the active disease. It means that they've been exposed to brucellosis. We don't get that opportunity in cattle to know any of that, because if they test seropositive, they are slaughtered. And then they come in and whole herd test and quarantine you, and anything else in your herd that would test positive would also be slaughtered. And you don't get very much money for the slaughtered animals. And quarantine is really miserable. It's months of testing, and you can't move your animals. So if it's at the wrong time of year, you're in trouble.
How many positive animals have you got on your ranch?
Elk-wise?
Well, no, cattle-wise, have you had any that have actually been infected?
We have not had a transmission, but there have been 4 in Paradise Valley. 4 transmission events that have required quarantine.
So you
and
said
actually, go ahead.
You said they have to, like, the aborted tissue, or like,
yeah, an elk has to.
If an elk gives birth, that the afterbirth or something, that's how it's transmitted. Is that correct?
It's an abortive event that is the first time for the elk to put material on the ground that then can cause a transmission to cattle. They can also have brucella in a normal live birth thereafter, but not to the same concentration that they would have in an aborted fetus.
So
and it lasts on the landscape for a long time.
So when the wolves run them around and get them all worked up in their cabin, it's not your greatest thing.
Yeah. So there are a lot of things that can happen. on the landscape with Brusala.
Thanks, Druska. Let's get Race and then Stephanie, and then let's talk a little bit about a path forward.
I might make one other comment. Obviously, we're in the DSA as well. And, I was going to touch on it. This last question kind of answered that. Druska did a nice job. The transmission's one thing. The quarantine deals are what really scare a lot of us as ranchers. And so it changes up our stock flow for the entire year. And when she talks about cattle entering a quarantine period, you have to remember, for a herd to be cleared and able to be marketed, you have to have 3 negative tests. And that could take a year, right? And if that comes at the wrong time, like she said, those of you that have public land, permits, say BLM or Forest Service, one of the things that says right on your permit is that you won't turn out diseased livestock. So let's say it's the spring of the year and you have a cull animal, or, cow loses a calf, and, you take her to the sale barn, she's positive, and you go start this quarantine process. For a lot of producers, they're bankrupt. To get through a quarantine that time of year, hay prices the way they are, not having access to their typical range, it'd be pretty devastating. Having said that, I guess on this disease going forward, I really think, the producers in the DSA are, like they said, are doing the work. There is a program. We do get compensated for the testing. They give us some flexibility during the non-critical times to test and have, a lot of time to market animals. So, we can test yearling heifers in the summer and have months before we actually ship them, as long as we're not in this transmission period. And so they've given us some flexibility that we've learned to work around. But, one of the things from the FWP standpoint is, they're monitoring where the elk are. And, like Brent said, if they keep testing and the area gets bigger, and that's kind of what's going to happen. The funding for all this is what's really a threat. And, I think going forward, it's going to be a bigger thing. There's general fund dollars involved. APHIS pitches in a little bit, but the financial part of this is what's going to be really bad, going forward. And, so I don't know that any of us that are in the area think it's ever going away for us, because I don't think it'll happen unless there's new technologies or ways to administer vaccines to help. But so I think this is a subject myself, not that it isn't super important, but I don't think it's high on our list, even though I'm a DSA producer, for us to spend tons of time on, because I think we're just kind of at a point where there's not a lot going. I would like us to recommend to FWP that they continue to watch it, just like they do these other diseases, and keep importance on it, and be a part of maybe a state lab and some funding sources there. Now, because they do harbor the reservoir at this point, whether it's their fault or not. And these elk can move. That's the scary thing about them, is they move, 10, 20 miles effortlessly. So they might be in my pasture one night, and they could be 15 miles down the road at somebody else's tomorrow. So anyway, just a comment.
Perfect. Thanks, Race. I think Stephanie had her hand up, but it's down now, and I have Ian and Druska. Stephanie, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, Druska and Race answered my questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Ian and Druska.
Maybe it's a question for Deb. Does Montana have a hunter harvest brucellosa program? I know in like Wyoming, you go down there to hunt and they'll give you a vial to collect samples, whatever. Does Montana have anything that we have in place for hunters to help out with the testing on?
I don't think so. We have hunter harvests, but not hunter harvest testing. Meaning hunters can go in and harvest, elk in those areas, but not testing. And if Hank is on, maybe he could verify that. Maybe it's not anymore.
Pause.
But I will double check that, but I'm 99% positive that's true.
I'm just wondering if that's something that could, like, okay, here's an actual functional recommendation out of the group that, it looked like a pretty simple program down in Wyoming. They give you a little, probably a 10-cent vial, and they tell you like what part of the blood or something out of the elk to take, take it, and you just send it into, testing agency. Obviously you have to have funding for that, but there you go. Stock Growers Association, like, we'll give you the blood if that helps out, or something.
We do
along
it for
those lines.
CWD. We do it for CWD, but unless Driska knows, I don't think we do this for elk at all, or for brucellosis rather.
So they did at one point. I don't know if they're continuing it, but they used to hand out the vials in Paradise Valley, and be careful what you wish for. My recommendation to most producers is manage your livestock like you do have diseased elk, but don't test for it and don't look for it, because once you find it, everything you ever did before is different. And so, I don't think livestock producers do not voluntarily hand out, the test tubes to get blood for the elk, because it comes back to bite you. That's how they designed the DSA, was based on which hunting units had a positive test in the vials. And so it was not to our advantage to do that. I think one of the things that we could push for out of this group would be to make sure there is guaranteed funding for all of the testing that occurs in the DSA. If that ever left in the general fund and fell on the backs of livestock producers, we'd be done. Because you cannot, it's $12 a head to test. And $2 of it can come back to the producer if you apply, and if you do it within the fiscal year of FWP. And so you got to know that. If you miss their fiscal deadline, then they won't pay you. There's a lot that you have to know. And so right now, I think per capita pays for part of it. And then there's general fund dollars. And so if we can't lose funding. And the only other tool in that plan that I talked about are kill permits. And Paradise Valley has kill permits till May 15th. We're the only ones that go that late. And there was a fencing project that we talked about that actually is in the plan, but it's so onerous, nobody will ever do it, because you have to do a public comment, NEPA, all kinds of crazy stuff in order to do. The idea was to fence off a pasture if elk were trying to go through it a lot when you're calving. And the hunters, mostly the butte hunters, they sued FWP over that recommendation to fence out some elk at a certain time of year. And so it became too onerous for any producer to ever use fencing.
That might pop up, just because I think it's applicable to that question, was that, so we did have test kits here, and we did collect a lot of brucellosis tests early on. And I think what we learned was a hunter collecting that blood sample, and then by the time that you get those to the lab in pretty poor conditions, it's not a very good way to run a testing program. And since then, I want to give FWP credit. I think the way they do their surveillance, and they will go in and collect those samples in a real professional way in the wintertime on the certain herds. I think they do a super good job in their testing going forward. And from what I learned, they just didn't feel like they were getting good results, mainly because of the way the samples were collected and then being handled. And so I think that's why they went away from that EM.
So I'm going to jump in and just give one example so people actually understand how serious all of this is. So Ian referred to the northern Yellowstone elk herd, the migratory herd that used to be 20,000 head of elk, and we never saw them. And when they did test those elk, they were I think it was like 3 to 6% seropositive. And then they reintroduced the wolf, and there's land use changes and range conditions are poor and all of that stuff. And that number went way, way down to, the 1,500, then up to 3,000, then, maybe they're at 4,500 or something. And the last time they tested any elk by us that are the northern migratory herd, they were almost 30% seropositive. So that keeps you up at night.
Ouch.
Thanks for putting it into perspective, Druska. Scott, you had your hand up too. Did you have something that you wanted to say?
I did, and I was literally going to ask Druska what the logistics would be to game fence the elk out of there, but apparently the cost involved in the lawsuit makes that undoable.
Well, and that's not to say that a producer themselves could not pay for a fence, and some have done that. But for us to fence, we're too close to the river. The elk would go down to the river and then come in through so the logistics of fencing for us are not workable. But it's dependent on, ranch to ranch.
Thanks, Jessica. So then we have Matt and then Ian.
So this question's for Brent. Do you think if we were to test all the elk in the state, do you think that it's isolated in those areas, or do we have it around everywhere? We just don't know it.
I actually think we do have it isolated to the greater Yellowstone area and those areas, and that's based on the brucella program that was started decades ago by the USDA to eradicate brucellosis from primarily domestic animals, cattle to be clear. And we've always had a small reservoir in Yellowstone. And as much surveillance as is done behind the scenes from cattle from all sources, if we had it elsewhere in the state, I think we would know about it. They're screening animals at random and back tracing if they get them. So yeah, I think they've got a pretty good handle that they know it's in the greater Yellowstone area and spreading from there. Unfortunately, we're not slowing the spread very well. But yeah, in your area of the country, I would say I don't have any reason to believe that you've got it there.
Thanks, Brent. Ian, and then we'll close out real quick. Ian?
So the fencing lawsuit, that was a publicly funded fencing project? Is that what it was?
Yeah, I think FWP would have used some of their funds.
Okay, because I guess to me as a hunter, personally, I would, like that block management pool or whatever, I would much rather see, and I would love to see a collaborative effort where, hunters and whatnot, I've reached out to a few sportsman group, DHA being one of them. They're pretty heavy hitter. Like, they are totally on board with rallying their folks. If we could get, fencing materials, paid for, say, out of block management or something, that they, we would donate that hours, go down and try to do something to get some I would assume that fencing is a solution, but it's just a cost prohibitive solution. Is that the fair assessment?
There's nothing that's a solution, but it would be a good tool, a good mitigation tool to prevent commingling.
Gotcha. That, that just seems like, as a hunter, I'd rather see a fence put up and the elk not killed, as opposed, if that's any sort of viable solution, because it is crazy. Okay, this is an issue down in Paradise Valley. You said, you used to have 20,000 elk. Now there's, 3,000, 4,000, whatever. As far as, a scenario where, like, can you kill it out? Unless you go down to, no elk, kill off every elk in the area and then bring them in from a strain that's not positive. I don't know. Is there another solution besides a fence? Just curious.
It's self-sustaining in elk. You will never get rid of it.
One other comment too, when they do test elk and they're positive, they get turned right out on the landscape with a collar. So they're able to keep spreading it. And, obviously it's for those of us, it's like, man, shouldn't we get rid of that? We've seen the collar data, and we've got elk that have been on our pivots right here in Dillon that will end up in the Jackson Hole feed grounds, maybe in the southern feed grounds. So we've seen 3 different animals do that. So they cover lots of country.
That be a recommendation of the group? That seems asinine.
So it seems from this conversation and discussion, we might change our recommendation or what we're trying to do to recognize and reduce disease. The areas that we probably want to focus in on reducing that commingling between cows and elk, and reducing overcrowding and density in particular. Really thinking about what strategies, if anything, are there for collaboration, for mitigation measures, maybe stakeholder outreach and fencing, and maybe possibly dive into a discussion about what to do if an elk is tested positive, along with additional strategies such as making sure funding for the DSA testing still continues into the future as well. So maybe some of those areas and topics for discussion. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. Yes, Druska.
So I think the point on the whole disease issue is that in the 2005 elk management plan, there was a half a page about disease. We've come a long way since then. And so I think in an elk management plan, there has to be the recognition of the diseases that are important, that can impact, and then, whatever recommendation we put with that. But there has to be more than a half a page because it's different now.
Perfect. Thank you. And then Ian.
Before we leave the disease topic, I got a question for Brent. I have, just another kind of out there off the wall idea from the Northwest. And I've talked to a lot of buddies that, own horses, whatever, we coming from an area that doesn't have elk, when you see depredation hunts and whatnot, we're just like, oh my gosh, like give us the elk. Probably opening a can of worms considering, disease and transmission, whatever, but in an area that doesn't have prevalence of CWD or Brucella or whatever, if these elk are down on somebody's property, is it realistic to run them into a catch pen and then I'll come down on the weekend and you can load however many we can stick into my horse trailer? All my buddies from up here, we would donate our horse trailers and we kick them out on our vast tracts of public land. Like it's probably a bad, there's probably unintended consequences of something like that, but that's just long been something where we just get bristled up like, oh my gosh, give us the elk. We need them, maybe Mark Cook could fund it so that it has some food for his wolves.
As great as that plan sounds, it's not a good idea to transport livestock or wildlife of unknown disease status anywhere at any time. And in particular, one thing, our recommendation plan, I would, with the disease status, the CWD, it's a legitimate concern. A lot of the state have high prevalence now. Shouldn't say a lot, but there is. And hunters can do themselves a favor by not transporting those carcasses to their home areas that might still be CWD free. Same said with transportation of wildlife out of the DSA or out of the Yellowstone area. Any of those bison that are caught and positive don't leave the area. They're all tested before they're relocated. It's unfortunate that they're testing some of these elk and letting them go. They don't know the result in time enough to let those elk that they've tested go, is the reason they're not being culled. And they can't be contained until test results are obtained, similar to the bison. So.
Thanks, Brent. So we've got Chuck, and then we'll take a 5-minute break. Chuck.
Yeah, so it got me to thinking, Brent, maybe you could address this. We have CWD pretty kind of all over the state anymore in deer, but we don't hear of it. At least I haven't heard of it much in elk. And we have elk herds around here that there's 800 or 1,000 head of elk that kind of just running in a pack year around, and they just seem to be doing fine. What's the deal? The elk don't get CWD as good, or what? Elaborate on that for me just a little bit, would you please?
you kind of answered your own question, but in a confinement operation, elk are very susceptible to CWD. They'll get it in game farms and reach high prevalence within the game farm. And in Estes Park, we're seeing high prevalence. In areas where you have deer and elk sharing the landscape, this is mostly data from Wyoming and Colorado, elk will not be as high a prevalence or as affected as mule deer, followed by whitetail deer, and then you've got elk. Elk don't seem to have it as widespread in their body. They don't shed as much, and maybe their social activities are not allowing to spread as much. But although elk are very susceptible to it, they won't reach as high a prevalence in a wild landscape where you're talking about large acres. In a confinement situation, it's a different deal.
Thanks, Brent. And Druska, do you have a comment as well?
Yeah, just a quick one.
Yeah,
You know, and the other thing, because of the disease and the DSA, hunters should always dress their animals with gloves on, because you can get some brucella exposure if you have bare hands and, say, an open sore.
Thank you. So it might also be a recommendation or a strategy to think of different ways to communicate out what's in that plan so that hunters are aware of how disease can be transmitted as well. Maybe something along those lines. Should we take about 5-minute break and then jump back and talk about stakeholders?
And I'm going to have to probably leave at this point. So thank you, everybody, for good discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Super big help.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to sign off as well. I appreciate everybody's work on this. So thank you.
got one more minute for folks.
Brent, I feel like you're an NFL coach. I feel like I'm talking to somebody from the pros when I see you with your headphones on.
So early on during COVID, our workplace gave us these headphones, and they have so much better reception and clarity that I can hear real well. And if I've got my computer audio going, then everyone around me can share in the conversation. And then when I had to telework briefly at home, they were handy because the kids were doing their thing on their computers. I was doing my thing. So yeah, I'm far from an NFL coach. I'm like
You look very professional though.
I'm a little kid's softball coach.
There you go.
Yeah. And now at this point, I actually thought about trying to figure out how to make my computer use its audio and not the speakers. And I'm scared that I won't be able to do it. So
Just have a conversation with Aaron. I think he just tried that as well. Or changed his speakers.
Right.
Okay. There we go. We got Stacy back. There you are. Okay. So let's get started on addressing stakeholders in particular. We've got two last ones to think about and discuss for stakeholders. So folks did send me some content beforehand. I think it was Scott and Chuck and Stacy sort of sent some information beforehand. We didn't quite define in our previous meeting what improved stakeholder relationships would be like, but some things that I want to pull from our previous meetings was the discussion about forging new relationships among stakeholders and then maintain relationships with respect and courtesy were two things that were discussed previously and in our meetings in particular. I'd like to turn it over to Chuck or Scott or Stacy if they want to start the conversation on what they provided in particular, and I have it up on the screen if you guys want to start the conversation of what your small group did, really thinking about improving stakeholder relationships and what that would look like.
Well, Scott, you did the yeoman's job on putting together this outline. I think you'd be the guy to go through that, and then we can maybe Stacy and I can jump in there as we feel like it later on. But
there he is. Okay.
Scott Van Dyken back on.
Yeah, I see him. I don't know if he hears us. Scott, can you hear us? I think he's on the phone right now, so he might have us.
Well, so we don't waste time. I'll start it out. We came up with a kind of an outline of some of our issues. So number one, hunter-landowner relationships. That's broken down into 3 or 4 areas. Talking about the Wyoming corner crossing case. Corner crossings will hurt relationships due to anger if it passes. Landowners feel threatened when those kind of things happen on their land that they're unable to control. So that's one of the things in hunter-landowner relationships. This is a big one, stiffer penalties for trespass. This has come up several times in our talks. I did a little bit of looking into that. Our trespass laws are pretty anemic. The person that violates, and these are hunting, failed to get permission for hunting, all sorts of different kind of hunting. The person who violates this section and is convicted for a first offense, it's $135. That's, in today's world, a slap on the wrist. It really isn't a deterrent. Let me back up just a minute. We feel that, and I think the good ethical sportsmen feel that the unethical hunter that's out there trespassing, that's doing these things that anger landowners, are in turn hurting their probability of getting on those lands. It changes my mindset when it happens to me as a landowner, and it happens all the time. I wouldn't say a lot, but it happens consistently from year to year. Trespass is a problem. So that's why we're digging into this a little bit. Okay, $135 for your first offense. Second offense, and that's if it's within 5 years of the first offense, is not less than $500 or not more than $1,000. Also, under that section, if you are convicted of a second offense, you could, but it's not mandatory, it's discretionary, you could lose your license. I think losing your license would probably be the biggest deterrent there is to trespassing. So we didn't come with recommendations today as to what we ought to propose. I think the group, maybe if we want to dive into this, maybe we could come forward with some recommendations and take those back to FWP. Obviously, that'll be legislation. If you're taking notes, we're working under 87-6-415. That's the Montana code annotated that we're going to work under. So that was high on our list for landowner-hunter relations. Another one was reinstall the late season hunt with incentives. I would like Scott to elaborate on that one a little bit. That kind of came from him. So I'm going to gloss over that one for now and come back to that. Then in section 2, we went to FWP landowner relationships. So here again, better enforcement and deterrent. Prioritize funding for enforcement if possible. So I asked Scott if the resident hunter would be willing to sustain an increase in their licenses, in the cost of their license, to fund more wardens. And he just flat said, no, that won't happen. But maybe we want a little more, got every reason to believe Scott's credible as all get out. And that's probably what the answer is. But I wouldn't mind to broaden that scope a little bit and see if there is any possibility of that way or other ways to increase funding for wardens. We need to better educate the public about landowner needs and issues. Education is in all 3 of these columns that I'm talking about now. Better education of landowner on public issues and animal disease. Better education of the young hunter on landowner relationships. That was touched on a little earlier. And that may, a solution to that may be to have a section on that in the hunter safety course. Outfitters that are leasing the land, that's always a topic of landowner, of sportsmen, relationships with landowners or with outfitters. Really, it's a landowner sportsman issue when it concerning outfitters, because landowners ultimately decide who is on their land. If it's an outfitter that's leasing it, if it's a hunting club leasing it, or if there's no leasing at all, all those are landowner decisions. They're not made by the third party. And then this one, I got to get the right verbiage here. This is an older copy. Okay, the last one then would be landowner and sportsman's meetings prior to significant legislative or regulatory changes. And this is what I think needs to be thrown out to our scoping group and the members of the public that are on. Is there somewhere we can go with this? There's fertile ground here, I think, that rather than, just come with our ideas to the commission or to the legislature that could affect the other side, maybe we should be sitting down with that side first. Now, logistically, look, it's a little Pollyanna, I know, sounds like a great idea. Can we do it? I don't know. It's thrown out here for folks to consider, and that's all it is. And we can take this one and we can act on it. We can make a recommendation. However, if we do that, we got to have some sideboards on it, say this is how it's going to work, and that gets sticky. So anyway, Kimberly, that's all I've got, unless Scott's on and wants to talk a little bit more about the reinstate the late season hunt with incentives. I don't know if Scott is hearing us now or not.
Scott is there. Yes.
I am sorry, I was on a phone call. So first off, I want to apologize. That must have been one of my typos in there. I wrote coroner crossing as in a dead body.
Yeah.
I didn't even catch that. So
since I'm a coroner, I guess it applies. I guess just enforce and really make I think if you made the penalty sting enough on people that are abusing or trespassing and abusing stuff, if you made it sting enough, they'd be like, man, I'm not going to do that. I think that would help. I just got off mute. What was your other thing you said there, Chuck?
Well, if you could, on that 1C, if you could reinstall the late season hunt, because you.
I guess how I think of it, and Daruska can probably, or she's off, but
not here, yeah.
I grew up in Belgrade, and I remember we used to skip school as little kids. And as soon as it snowed hard and the elk started migrating out of the park, we all shot elk. And there's no more elk there, but and then when I moved to Great Falls, they used to have a late season. It wasn't the shoulder hunt they have now. It was a late season, and all the landowners let you go on there. And then at noon, you could go in there and retrieve with a snowmobile or a four-wheeler or something like that. It seems a lot different now than the shoulder hunts of today. And I guess there was a time in there, all I did is hunt the Bob Marshall. So I didn't really do any of that. And now I have some older friends that prefer that. So we do that a little bit just because I go with them. And I didn't know if there was some way you could just improve that late hunt. So that way, and I can see everybody's aspect on it. I can see the hunter, I can see the landowner. And then that way your hunter, your landowners, they can outfit their land if they want and make the extra money they need to make ends meet. And then facilitate a late hunt and maybe give some kind of incentive, like not based on the number of hunters, but based on the number of elk that are harvested off that. And maybe that would be more of an incentive to really, instead of try jam 50 hunters onto 50 acres, you can try to do that. That's what kind of we were talking about. If that makes sense. Chuck can attest, we spent about an hour and a half on the phone shotgunning ideas all over. So.
Sounds good. Well, I'll turn it to Stacy if she has anything to add, and then to the rest of the group too, if there are any questions. Stacy, do you have anything to add?
I was just going through my notes again. I know one thing that we did touch on was working with the landowners that are on the fence with as far as public access goes, and trying to find out what their key issues are as far as, is it better hunter education? Is it a better quality hunter that they're looking for that they'll allow access to versus the ones that we're never going to change their minds? and kind of looking at things from that aspect. We did touch on that already this morning, with kind of the level 3 block management and stuff. So I think that was pretty much it. The one thing that I brought up that I don't think FWP does a lot of now, or enough of, I guess I should say, is the transparency and the social network presence with all the different issues. I think they could do a way better job with that. And that is I'm not going to say it doesn't cost anything, because time is always money, but it's something that is a less expensive way to get out to landowners and hunters that could maybe, start to bridge some of that gap that is there with knowledge as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Stacy. I'm going to stop sharing so we can see everyone. Scott and then Stephanie.
Oh, just real quick, Scott, I was just wondering, in your mind, what do you see as the difference between the late season hunt and the shoulder season? In my mind, they're kind of synonymous. So I was curious, in your mind, what you saw as being the difference.
Back in the day, you scheduled a hunt and you got to go, and now it seems like it's a lot more difficult. And I don't know, maybe I just don't recollect how it used to be enough, because I really didn't. When I was younger, I only wanted to kill a bull, and so I spent all my time in the bog. And I would go with a few buddies, and it seemed a little better organized at the time. And then there was landowners who were more willing to work with hunters to try to get these elk off their place and to shoot them. And then now maybe it's just my perception, but they seem a little more frustrated. Like, you can go in, but you have to walk from the county road, and they won't let you take horses, and they won't let you the snowmobiles or four-wheelers in. And I'm fine with horses, but you get all these foot soldiers in there, and these foot soldiers, they can't get the job done because, they're good for first mile, and after that they're done. So it seemed like it was a little more unrestrictive. And maybe that's just because people burnt so many bridges back in the day that, they had people cutting fences and leaving gates open and not treating the land like they wanted it to be treated, or going off the road, which is all things that I have issues with on my land. So, maybe there's a whole problem there and that might go back to Stacy's idea and everybody else's about really getting more education on the hunter and the young hunter. Like, if this was your land, treat it like you'd want it, weed mitigation. And one of the main things that pisses me off more than you go hunting and there's little piles of toilet paper everywhere. There's a whole thing, a class that you could teach, I think, on respecting the land and the owners of the land. And that might help some of these things. I don't know.
So in your mind, kind of the late season was in more general areas and included either sex tags, not just.
No, it was only cows.
It was cows only too. Okay.
Yep. The only thing you could shoot in there was a cow.
Sure.
Yep. And I'm fine with that, and I think a lot of hunters would be fine with that. If I don't kill a bull during general season, I would go ahead and shoot a cow. So.
All right. Thanks, Scott.
Now we have Stephanie, Chuck, and then Race.
I just want to point out I'm a huge landowner rights person. So these are great. I really respect these ideas. I see where you guys are coming from. Definitely full on board making the punishment for trespass much stiffer. I also, again, I brought this point up earlier. There are some landowners that do some things that are wrong too. I've seen some folks mismark public land, that it's no hunting, that it's private. When I got on this, I got sent landowners who were blocking the county road, who were gating county roads. And there is very little punishment for that too. So one way to make this a relationship, goes both ways. So extending an olive branch out and saying, hey, stiffer penalties for these landowners who are doing illegal things, because those are the ones that gets those groups riled up, like BHA, et cetera, and they send it out. So the public has this bad perception of landowners that they're all bad and they're all trying to block access, and that's not the case. But there are some bad players in there, and those should be addressed as well, and given different punishments, if that makes sense.
Scott's nodding his head. So thinking about landowners and hunters, incentives and deterrence at the same time. Chuck and then Race.
Scott, if I could backfill a little bit on that late hunt, I got enough gray over my ears and bald on my head to remember that pretty well. Prior to 2007, it wasn't throughout the whole state, but quite a bit of the state had a 2-week late cow elk hunt. And it was held 2 weeks, roughly 2 weeks after the general season closed. And it was really effective. And I asked for the numbers on that, and Deb didn't quite get the numbers I wanted, but I've got some old numbers on as to what she got. The late Gardner hunt, which isn't what I was looking for, but I've got some older numbers that I've had for a while. In 2008, that late hunt was abandoned by FWP, and I won't go into my thoughts of why they did that. It's just unfortunate they did. In 2008, my old numbers show that we had 123,000 head elk in this state. By 2017, and I got a graph, we were bringing elk numbers down very slowly, but we're just bringing them down just a little bit. We were holding those elk in check. By 2017, after the late hunt was abandoned, we had 176,000 head elk. They got away from us, is what happened. And now we're scrambling with this shoulder season that lasts forever. Really, I mean, a lot of people don't like a lot of things about the shoulder season, but what are we going to do when we've got 500% over objective on elk? So the late hunt was a good deal. I don't know if we'll shoot enough elk in that if we just go to a 2-week late hunt now to do any good or not. It was very popular with landowners and sportsmen, and it was unfortunate that we went away from it, but it was an effective tool, and now I think it's too late. I think we've got too many elk.
So we have to really think about what those over objective areas are and what's effective and how to move forward for that. Okay.
Chuck, I just wanted to make sure, do you need me to get any more information then? I mean, you said that the Gardner hunt, Lindsay understood it to be the Gardner hunt that you wanted.
No, yeah, it got lost in translation, Deb, and I was going to email you, but really there was a general hunt. It wasn't the Gardner late hunt. It was just a general late season hunt. I don't know what else you call it. It was a 2-week hunt. It was cows only. And I'll dig out. I was looking for it right now. I'll dig out my information. Maybe I can give you a little more specifics on that. If I find it, I'll get it back to you. But yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Race, Scott, and then Heath.
Oh, I think this was a great conversation. I think this is exactly, what you guys did there as far as coming up with some ideas that were real there. I think that was a lot of progress here. So I appreciate what you guys are doing there. That's real. And I appreciate Stephanie's comment about strengthening, kind of on both sides. I think that olive branch she's talking about is a little bit where we're going to fill the gaps, because we're all going to have to give and take a little bit. I was going to say one thing, Scott, though, he mentioned that what bothers him is that toilet paper. One thing that bothers us is when they light it on fire to burn it and leave no trace, because we've had 2 fires start from that on our ranch. And so, yeah, there's just it's just amazing how many little issues there are out there that can make a landowner frustrated.
Thanks, Race. Scott,
So
you have your...
So that the whole education thing, that's Stacy's idea. I got to give credit where credit is due there. She had a great idea on that. I was going to talk a little bit. We talked about enforcement and penalties, and I'm not sure what it costs Fish and Game to put a guy on the street, but for me to put a deputy sheriff on the street for a year and outfit him is about $160,000 a year. So getting more wardens on the street, I don't think would be I don't think it would be an economically feasible thing to put more wardens on the street. I think you just need to have more education on getting some of these wardens out there to do more enforcement action instead of, hey, a verbal warning or something like that. Because, they say DUIs, for example, we do tons of DUI and drug enforcement. They say the average person drives drunk something like 200 times before they ever get caught once. And I would probably say the average trespasser, person that doesn't have respect a landowner or somebody's private property rights, probably does the same. And, they're out there wearing camouflage. You probably don't ever see them. So I think it would be a lot. And it's true on Stephanie as well, as I've had to call people, from a professional stance, when we get complaints about landowners, improperly posting stuff. I'm not just pointing fingers at hunters or landowners. I'm saying everybody. I mean, it needs to be equal opportunity and equal enforcement across the board on all that stuff. So, but we had a great little team, me and Chuck and Stacy. I thought we had a pretty good team. So thanks, Race.
Perfect. So really talking about that education and maybe costs associated with different things such as wardens. So we might have to think about those costs and what that looks like overall. Heath and then Scott.
Thanks, guys. Chuck, specifically to that extended cow hunt, was there an actual season, or was it? I remember a couple times where FWP we had real modest weather, and they extended the season a couple weeks, or was there truly like year after year there was an extended 2-week season?
Well, it wasn't long in duration, but it was an actual season for a short amount of time. I remember the one year you may be referring to, it was because there was a low harvest, or for whatever reason there was a low harvest, but that season was open for bulls and cows. That time I remember that, and so that was fine too. But look, why don't I work with Deb and we get some really good concrete information on that. I'm kind of winging here on some of my thoughts, but we can get that dug out if it seems like it's appropriate to the discussion.
So you'll work to find out more information on that hunt in particular, what it was, when it was extended, and see if Deb can get information on that. So you'll work on that. Are we comfortable with that, everybody? Yeah. Let's see. Group's sort of nodding. Scott.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anybody that's associated with any of hunting related nonprofit groups or anything like that would think that there was any possibility that one of these, like Elk Foundation or something, a nonprofit group with deep pockets, would pledge enough money to support an additional warden annually or something like that. I mean, that's, Scott, your statistics on what it costs for a deputy, that's astronomical, but I'm just curious about that as far as, Bow Hunters Association, Rocky Mountain Elk, some of these places that seem to have quite a bit of money to do other things. Maybe they would pledge money for something like that.
So just so you understand that, say hypothetically one ward, for me to put one FTE, which is a full-time employee, on the street, I have to have 5 so I can work them. So if you got one warden, where at in the state would you put him? And then you figure he might work 8 hours a day for 4 or 5 days, or say 10 hours a day for 4 days continuously. That's just in one little county in the state. And then, I mean, just the sheer volume of this is people do not understand. It's so astronomical and so expensive to put people out there. And then you got to figure in there. So now you hire this guy. Now he's got vacation, comp time. And if it's a more senior guy, so the longer you're on, he's going to be off that much more. So I think to put more manpower on the streets, that's a fight at all of our age. I guarantee you, without even asking Fish and Game, they fight for more wardens every single year, just like I fight for more deputies. And you have position budgeting, and that is astronomically expensive. So I think you'd be better off saying, hey, let's do targeted enforcement or selective enforcement, which we do as well, aimed at your biggest violators. And so theirs would be fish and game laws. Their biggest violators would be people that are trespassing or poaching elk. And I think you probably have more effect on trespassers than you would have on poaching elk.
Thanks, Scott.
It looked like we could have a variety of different options when we're looking at what enforcement could look like in particular. So we might have to think about what the costs are associated with enforcement. And there might be other options that we consider. So Scott was mentioning targeting specific actions that we would think that would be best for enforcement, but there could be diffused, just to keep in mind, diffused enforcement as well. So landowners could report XYZ or hunters could report XYZ too. So that's, we'll have to navigate what that reporting system looks like and what those incentives and deterrents really are for those landowners and hunters. Chuck and then Race.
This is a pretty important topic. I would like to know what it costs FWP to have a warden. I don't know if it's in the ballpark of what you're paying Scott or what. I mean, they work differently because they're limited, quite a bit. So so Deb, there's a little assignment. What's it cost for hire a warden? Another thing, I'm not pushing on this, but I would like to know how many resident hunters buy a license. And where I'm going with that, a hunting license, where I'm going with that is just say if we raise the price of the license, general terms, folks, not specific to anything, but generally raised your license $5. What could we hire any significant amount of wardens for that kind of money? You hear where I'm going with that, Deb?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe nobody else is interested in that, but I think it'd be real interesting to see if there's some room, because it's such a big issue for folks, the enforcement part.
So I'll find out. I don't know off the top of my head with benefits and everything how much an intro warden costs the department. But keep in mind, even if we get more money, and we're doing well, we're sitting pretty right now. Not saying that we could hire 20 more wardens, but we're sitting pretty. We sell out our licenses every year. We're doing really well. We're in the black. So much so that a lot of legislators tell us we have too much money. And our legislators are still the ones that have to give us the authority and how to spend our money. So we would love to hire more wardens, but it's just not going to be necessarily our authority. The legislature is very reluctant to hand any agency, FTEs. So that's a struggle. I always tell the public that you have more power than we do when it comes to the legislature. If they hear from the public on this, then you have a whole lot more leverage than we do asking for that. But I'll find out about that. Also keep in mind, a few years ago when we asked for our license increase, I believe it was 2015, we got our license fee increase, and that was going to bring us forward, I believe, 3 sessions, and I might be off on that. And we're still doing pretty well. We're not, we thought we would have to ask for another license increase within 3 sessions, and we didn't. And we still don't plan on asking for another license fee increase. That's another thing that's really, really hard to ask for with the legislature. Our public enjoys pretty inexpensive licenses in the state. And it's one of the perks of living here, right? So not saying that it can't be done. I'm just sharing with you that it's a difficult climb. But I will find out about the warden and any other information surrounding this that you're interested in.
Okay, thank you.
Grace and then Ian.
Yeah, Deb, I was just going to back you up a little bit there. I reached out to our search and rescue here. A lot of people that I work with, and they're all hunters and that was one of the things they brought up in a comment that I did ask them to kind of formally email, is that they kind of said, hey, you guys kind of complained to Fish, Wildlife and Park a lot about why don't we have more enforcement and all these other things, but remember that the legislature has to approve their budget every year. And we need to kind of, keep on the pressure on our representatives and senators and stuff to let them know how important this is. And then when I started to raise my hand, the one thing that I wanted to bring up a little bit, and I think this, once again, I think it's been a great conversation, but Scott mentioned how expensive it is for wardens. And, we have entered a conversation on our disbursement hunt, we call it down here. And it sounds like there could be some funding through block management, because we're doing some of that for a coordinator, what you call it, well, not a warden, but another, person that could be funded to help us with, enforcement and, some of the labor involved in some of the activities we're doing. And I guess it's just, I know as expensive as it sounds to do it, I think when we're talking about elk, we don't have to worry about year round and other species. I think this is a great avenue to keep going down, and it's a great way that we could potentially encourage some support in the program for the, for the landowner, or incentivize them to participate. Once again, to take a little bit of that level of enforcement and coordination off of them. And maybe that's another one of those carrots, if you will, that could help with, furthering these relationships. So good conversation.
Thanks, Race. Ian?
So I guess I'd maybe just throw this out. I'm kind of going to be devil's advocate here. And this isn't to say that like I 100% agree with like that we want the hunting community to be well enforced and whatnot, and we don't want people out there giving us a bad name, because when the hunter gives the community a bad name, it just results in less opportunity for me. But like on the, hey, we need more funding, we need more whatever for enforcement, I guess I want to ask the question, like, well, what caused that hunter to decide to go onto private property in the first place? If the hunting experience on public land was better than what it is on the private property, you would never see that hunter show up on private property. So I guess as far as like, if there's one funding area that I think that if we were to throw money towards anything, and that's kind of why I was requesting a budget, just big picture is our lack of conservation on public lands, and habitat enhancement. If we were to throw money at anything that I think we'd get a return on, and obviously it's tough to just come up with money and throw it somewhere, but I think increasing the forage quality on our public grounds could, potentially, solve the problem where where you're not going to have somebody that, is feeling like, geez, there's no elk on the ground that I have access to, so I'm going to go across this guy's property or whatever. So just throwing that out there for discussion's sake. Anyway.
Thanks, Ian. Oh, a couple people raised their hands and lowered their hands really fast. I think, Scott, you had your hand up at one point, but okay. So talking about stakeholders, really thinking about what the incentives are or deterrents are, what those driving causes for hunters or landowners to do different activities, thinking about that education and outreach, thinking about that cost to implement to possibly have a warden. And I think that one question that I would leave you guys with while we're thinking about stakeholders and thinking about the incentives and the deterrents as well, depending on the cost of a warden in particular, a question we might consider is, can we have enforcement by someone or something else too? So is there some other way that we could get that level of enforcement? So I think Race mentioned like the coordinator or something along those lines. So what are other options that we could do in that space as well? Are there any other questions, comments, or concerns on this one before we do really quick? No? Okay. Well, thank you, Chuck, Scott, and Stacy, for pulling those bullet points together for us. We have one last one. We have about 10 minutes left, or 20 minutes left, excuse me. But about 10 minutes before I want to close out in particular for us. The last one is really about improving data collection and strategies. So this is really talking about that baseline of facts. So thinking about what is that baseline of facts that folks need to have in order to improve their decision making in particular was what we defined as success. And I think that this one was with Ian and Druska and Aaron in particular. But I just want to open it up for quick conversation or discussion. Is there anything that we need to really capture or think about for improving the baseline of facts that's provided to the public to improve their decision making? Anything that we want to capture?
I didn't work on this, but I did have this conversation with our biologist on data collection and had questions, and he's been here for quite a while. And that was maybe one of his comments, is that it's really, unless you're that person involved in really interpreting that data on a local level, that, he had a little bit of hesitancy, pulling up old data, wondering if, they did things exactly the way that he does things. And so it can be a little frustrating to interpret. And so obviously, I think it was mentioned before, you don't always get to fly on the day you want to because of weather, and then weather changes their count. So I guess he just stressed that data collection is great and we need to have good data, but it's still best to be interpreted by the pros on the ground, if you will. That was his comment. I'm not saying that's 100% right or not. I think that's something for us to think about.
So maybe not a raw data dump. We probably want to figure out a way to have that information interpreted for the public too, so it's easier to digest. Okay. Any other thoughts on this one in particular? Ian or Aaron?
We didn't get a chance to touch base as a group on this topic, but I guess data collection, there's one thing in particular that's kind of stood out to me, I guess, that I feel like accurate harvest data is something that, it seems like if I was a biologist, it would be beneficial. And I think I brought it up in another meeting, but to me, the hunter phone survey is a completely archaic system that just maybe statistically you guys can sort through it and get to meaningful data, but I know for a fact that the information that, when I get a call at 7:00 during dinner time, and I'm not saying I'm mad about that, but I'm just not giving FWP, like I don't, when it's in January or February or whatever, I don't remember the exact number of days that I've hunted, the districts that I've hunted in, whatever. And I guess the data I would like to see, kind of like probably going to piss some hunters off with this, but I think, a mandatory harvest requirement, so actually how much pressure is being put on the landscape, where are you seeing things. And I guess there's a little bit of added frustration because, like, in the Northwest, we've, our numbers are low enough that there's a bunch of game checks that we used to have, that those game checks are no longer there. Why are they no longer there? Because nobody was bringing an animal through them. So, it's just like we're kind of lost, like up in the Northwest. I feel like we don't have a voice because we don't have any data that shows, like, well, I went out, 35 days and saw a singular elk track or whatever, it's tough. Yeah. So that the data improvement, I would mirror what Race said. I mean, you gotta, as far as like the collection from, game counts and whatnot, from a airplane, there's a lot of nuanced stuff there. But as far as like, I think there could be an improved thing prior to getting your tags next year. It would be nice to see something that's a little bit, takes a little bit more thought, at the end of the season while it's still fresh in your mind. It'd be nice to have hunters put that, on paper, so we have a little bit better idea. And if your license for the next year is contingent on that, I think the quality of your answers might go up. I don't know. Maybe be interesting to hear from other hunters in the group.
Yeah, I'll respond to that though, Ian, because that's a really good idea. And we are requiring mandatory reporting if you choose an E-tag. So we are requiring that this year. This is our first year with the E-tag, and you can't get your license until you report for the next year. So good idea, and we're doing that.
Awesome.
The other thing is believe it or not, hunter check station data means absolutely nothing. It's a touch point with our hunters. That is what we get out of it. That's what hunters enjoy. That's what we enjoy. Our biologists and enforcement enjoy, but it's not a data collection opportunity. And most states are still doing those calls. That's statistically sound and valid. I understand. I do the same thing. I'm like, how many days was I out? I don't necessarily remember. I'm close, but I don't know the exact number of days. But it is a statistically sound practice that most states are still using. It does seem archaic, but there's really no other better way to do that unless it's mandatory reporting. And that's the way we're trying to go right now.
Thanks, Deb. So let's get Chuck and then Stephanie.
Couple things. One thing that I think we've missed the boat on it, and maybe it's happening in all of your areas, I don't know, but and don't get me wrong, we have a great biologist down here in Sweetgrass County, but I think that the biologists maybe could touch bases more with the landowners. Landowners really know about how many elk, deer, whatever they have on their land. Maybe that's not really good data, but it's really good PR for the biologist to go out and say, look, could I have a cup of coffee and we could visit about what's going on? That's a little ancillary, but it's still a valid point. Deb, maybe you can correct me. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we are moving probably towards your license will be on your phone. And when you harvest an animal, you click that on your phone and automatically Helena knows what you got, where you got it, what species, all of that. When we get to that, I'm not really too for it because I probably won't have my phone with me or I don't know how to use the damn thing when I do, but it could be a tool of the future that would really get some hard data into FWP.
Yeah, that's the way we're moving, Chuck. We're not requiring it because there are people that are reluctant to use their phone, of course, but yeah, that's the way we're moving. That's the way a lot of states are moving to.
So really thinking about our data collection, maybe making it user-friendly and something that all folks can sort of access to the maximum extent possible. And then also maybe this idea of not necessarily just to provide raw information, but thinking about who needs the information for what, so the biologist could touch base with landowners. It might not be the most accurate information, but at least it's a touch base and can create those relationships as well. Stephanie.
I don't know if this has ever been thought of or tried, but I know I drew a swan tag and it was a quick email survey. It took 5 minutes of my time. It was so much easier than taking a phone call. And I think it would save FWP a lot of money. And since everyone's required now to have an email associated with that account, at least it might encourage more people to participate just in a simple email survey than taking a call. Especially anymore, you see that phone number call up and, everybody thinks it's spam. I hate answering the phone personally. I prefer text or email, but I think a lot of people in the upcoming generation are that way. Another tool I think that sometimes gets overlooked for data collection too, are those block management surveys. So when you sign into block management, you have the other half of the stub. So you have your part that you put in, and then you have the survey half. And I bet you a lot of people don't fill those out. And so maybe a like refresher, like, hey, fill these out. So we know what block managements are more successful with harvest, because that is one of the questions, which ones are more satisfactory. So you have a little bit of data to know, hey, this block management is a little bit more productive than the other. So we have a, gauge on success rates and satisfaction on those block management areas.
Thank you, Stephanie. So different avenues that are,
I was going to say, we do, we've done electronic surveys through email and online, and, they're gradually getting better in terms of response rates, but are still our number one response tool that we get the biggest response rate from is snail mail still, believe it or not.
I would agree. Actually, and every time I get one of those surveys, I always send them in. Try to help you guys.
Yeah, no, but I would think intuitively it seems like email surveys and electronic surveys are going to be the way to go, but we're still just not there yet. But hopefully we'll get there.
So really thinking about those multiple efforts to capture that information in particular. I'm going to close this one out, but one question you might want to consider when we're talking about data and getting that baseline of data out, it's not necessarily only information that FWP collects, but maybe the information that is communicated outwards might be something that has come up a couple different times about who has access to what permit, when, where, and how. Was something that came up. So maybe thinking a little bit about what communication outward looks like as well. Are there any questions, comments, concerns? Okay. So let me run through next steps really quickly. So first off is it seems like Chuck is going to figure out more information on that hunt in particular so that he can provide detailed information to Deb to find what he was looking for in particular. And then Deb is going to estimate the cost it is to have a warden. Was there anything, everybody's comfortable with that? Seems reasonable. Okay, those are the two items that I got. Okay, and then for our next steps, our next meeting, what we'll really focus in on is I'll provide all of the content that we had as of thus far for these different topic areas. And we'll start thinking about what those recommendations look like. How do we start taking all of the information that we have and start developing something that would be effective? And we'll look at how different strategies can influence different components on the various topics and see if there are any common themes or certain things that we want to try to achieve in particular. So we'll start with that recommendation process next time. Before we get to that point, I have two questions for you. First is that we discussed in our process overall of letting the sounding board touching base with them after we completed this process. I was thinking of doing a survey out to the sounding board, just showing them something along these lines, and I will fix it up to some extent. The main areas that we want to focus in on, so the improved stakeholder relationships, data collection, all that, and then say on a scale of 1 to 5, does this relate to what you are looking for? Or does it capture what you're trying to, or is this important to you or not important to you? Those are two questions that I came up with. We can have a different question if you want. The note that I'd want you to be aware of is there are about 250 sounding board members. So if we send this out, I don't know if you necessarily want an open-ended question, but we could include an open-ended question on the end, but there's a possibility that you would have 250 responses to read as well. So I just wanted to keep that in mind. So thinking about maybe doing a 1 to 5 scale of if this issue is important to you or not, or does it capture what you're hoping it would capture? One of those two, and then possibly an open-ended question. What are your thoughts on this? Would this be helpful?
I think personally, this is Brent, I would wait until we've got some actual recommendations to consider. Looking at these paragraphs, a lot of our discussion moved away from some of the verbiage here And we realize some of them won't lend themselves easily to recommendations. Personally, I just think we're too early to give them anything for feedback.
Okay. I should have clarified. I put this up at the beginning part of the meeting based off of our notes and knew it was going to tweak and change, but I did not rapidly do that during the meeting. Are other folks comfortable with holding off on reaching out to the sounding board? Is that the route we want to go? Is anyone not comfortable with that? Okay. So we'll do that. So next steps will be that information sharing will hold on the sounding board, and then we will start developing recommendations. My question for you is, I'll give you some ideas of ways to structure, so things to take into consideration when developing the recommendations in particular. Would you like to think about these first on your own? Do you want to do small groups or just jump into it in the meeting? So that's 3 options for you. Either just think about them on your own and we can have that group discussion, work in small groups thinking of a couple, or just starting in our next meeting. Stacy.
I guess my thought is, like, I would work better to come up with 1 or 2 recommendations written out to bring to the group, and then see if there's any that we, all agree on, or if, it's multiple people bring it up, or if it's, nope, that's a terrible idea, get rid of it.
Okay. So sort of think on your own first, and then we'll come together and have that discussion. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, that's what we'll do. Okay, perfect. So that will be the focus of our next meeting is if you can look over the content and the notes that we've provided, and we'll start jumping into developing those recommendations. And if there's anything that you want or need to share before the meetings, definitely let me know and I'll send it out to the group as well. Questions, comments, concerns? Okay. Well, thank you for today. We will see you shortly. We'll see you in a couple weeks. Please reach out if you have any questions.